And welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, August 7th. If you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They look like this. They're in the back of the room. And bring it to our city clerk, who is over here. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate in Spanish.
Ouch.
And Monica, are you with us?
I'm sorry. Good evening. This is the interpreter. I am having trouble with the audio.
I hear you there. Let's try and see if we can get the audio correct.
If members of the public could please stop their conversations, we're trying to get the meeting underway. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of interference, I guess. It's very hard to hear you.
Yes, let me repeat a message to those in chambers. Please cease conversations such that we can have our other speakers be heard. Thank you. Monica, I apologize. There's still chair rattling and setup going on here, but perhaps you could proceed with your Spanish comment.
Okay. I'm going to try. I'm sorry. The noise is very muffled on my end. I don't know what's happening, but I will give the information for the simultaneous interpretation. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy, este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted se está conectando con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted se está conectando con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación de idiomas, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas en su teléfono. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. We are ready.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to our roll call for the evening.
Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. Now let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mayor, may I note that we're working on translation. There'll be an update when we get that online, but there's a brief issue that we're trying to resolve.
Thank you. And a moment of silence this evening as well. Moving into our agenda for the evening, the first order of business is any changes or deletions to the current agenda. And I see we have a suggested agenda change from Council Members Healy and Now. And I'd like to ask Council Member Healy to speak to this issue.
Thank you. So pursuant to our council rules adopted many years ago, Councilmember Now and I submitted an agenda request for story polls, but we're willing to continue this item to the next meeting in light of the very packed agenda we have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That's much appreciated by, I'm sure, everyone. And we'll table that item, continue that item to the next agenda. And we now move into our general public comment for the evening.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
This is Brian. Just wanted to check with our city attorney quickly. Eric, do we need a vote of the council to add that agenda item onto September 11th council meeting?
When it gets added, we do need a motion and a vote.
Okay.
And it will probably be helpful to do that tonight so that staff can prepare for that item if
Okay.
there's the votes to add it.
Very good.
Thanks.
I believe we continued it without a vote to be put on changes and deletions at the next meeting.
You can, but then
That would be
we won't
the
have
briefest
staff.
thing to do this evening.
Okay. Oh, but then we won't have staff work though, and if it passes, we can still put it on.
Okay.
That's fine too.
And I
Sounds
think
good.
that's understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. General public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. Let's see, I have quite a number of cards here for general public comment and other items. I will now ask our moderator to look into our Zoom audience to see what number of participants we have wishing to speak there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I will start a 30-second timer. Those members of the public that are attending virtually will raise their hand if they wish to speak on general public comment items. These are items that are not on the current agenda. Members participating by phone may press *9. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause for between sentences for translation. And a countdown will appear for the convenience of the speakers. Thank you.
I'm sorry. This is the interpreters again. We still don't have the simultaneous activated, so we are not being able to interpret.
And we're attempting to work on that issue.
Okay. Oh,
Please-
okay.
Please bear
Thank you.
with us.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, we have one hand that was raised by the end of the 30-second timer.
Thank you. We have 9 cards here, and that's a total of 10 and or 11. And anyone else in the audience want to fill out their card and turn it in here? And I would like to ask the city clerk if have we received comments online outside of the meeting parameters and which are posted?
Yes, we did receive 21 general public comments that are posted with the agenda online.
Well, that is quite a number. Thank you. So we have 11, and so that'll make a 2-minute each speaking presentation. And I would like to, that is not including one we had for the hotel story polls, which I'll put aside for next week. And then I sense that a lot of the public interest is interested in activities in the mobile home parks. And I'd like to invite our attorney to make a few comments before we invite the public in. Hopefully, that will allow the public to speak effectively and briefly so that we cover all the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to refer to some comments I made previously when asked by Councilmember Healy when we had a lot of our residents in the city's mobile home parks in attendance, and make a few additional comments and references that are hopefully helpful. So, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. With regard to, there's been a number of developments being reported in the press and that we're monitoring, and our nonprofit partners like PPSC and others are monitoring, our housing department is monitoring regarding notices that Little Woods and Youngstown have given about potential efforts to convert those parks, notice about a change to an all-age rule change in a park, and also recently, and causing a lot of concern among residents, understandably, was noticed rent increases for more than 70 spaces in Youngstown. Those increases, many of them in excess of 100% or more than doubling the existing rent, which automatically, under the existing regulations of the city and the newly amended regulations that'll take effect in about 9 days from today, triggers automatic arbitration of the proposed rent increases. And we're preparing, city staff are preparing to provide some additional information for concerned members of the public about the new regulations, about the arbitration process, and to answer some questions, some concerns that we've seen expressed. At tonight's meeting, I wanted to refer folks to 3 handouts that staff have placed at the back of the council chambers. One announces a public meeting to be hosted by Legal Aid of Sonoma County on mobile home parks. It's a Know Your Rights workshop, and it's in response to some of the concerns and developments that I just mentioned. It's going to be held on August 14th in English and Spanish at Twin Creeks Park, 5530 Cary Road in Rohnert Park from 6:30 to 8 p.m. It will cover park closure, changes to terms, I think they mean park rules, organizing and building resident power. All residents are invited, and it sounds like they're going to focus in particular on the developments at Little Woods. And there's also a note in that announcement that the City of Petaluma works with Petaluma People Services. The phone number is 707-765-8488. We'll also be holding informational meetings regarding the Youngstown mobile home arbitration notices. And you're encouraged to call them for more information. And I will add that by calling Petaluma People Services, you can get on their contact list so they can keep you updated. And that's probably one of the best steps you can take, first steps you can take if you're concerned about these developments. I know many people are. Also at the back of the room are a list of community resources, including Sonoma County Council on Aging, Legal Aid of Sonoma County, California Rural Legal Assistance, and some others, Petaluma Health Center, et cetera, Disability Services and Legal Center, and including Petaluma People Services. And the announcement of the meeting is also at the back of the room in Spanish. So in terms of my remarks, and I'll try to be brief because we have a very busy agenda tonight, I'm going to go back to some of the things I said about mobile home conversions. We received correspondence from legal counsel representing Youngstown and Little Woods, taking issue with some of my remarks, but I stand by them nonetheless. So here they are again. This is, I'm going to be commenting from chapter 8.34 in the Petaluma Municipal Code regarding mobile park conversions. And I'll start out by noting that those regulations were adopted in accordance with the authority that the city has under Government Code Section 65863.7, subdivision K, that says this section establishes a minimum standard for local regulation of conversion of mobile home park to another use, the closure of a mobile home park, and the cessation of use of the land as a mobile home park, and shall not prevent a local agency from enacting more stringent measures. So the city's more protective measures are not in fact preempted by state law. And here, I'm going to refer a little bit to those measures. Anyone who files an application with the city for rezoning or change of land use for a mobile home park or to cease use of the mobile home park is required to notify the city and to prepare a relocation impact report is required. Notwithstanding remarks from the Little Hoods Council and Youngstown Council, the city shall select the consultant. This is in accordance with section 8.34.050. These regulations, I believe, are fully enforceable and in effect in accordance to the authority I just indicated. Ultimately, under the city's chapter, a hearing will be held on any proposed relocation, which so far I understand none has been formally noticed, but a hearing is required on any actually proposed relocation. Findings need to be made by the city council in accordance with section 8.34.090 of the code. If the council is unable to make those findings and is unable to impose reasonable measures as provided in 8.34 to mitigate the adverse impacts of relocation on the residents, the city's code directs the city council to deny the application for proposed conversion, closure, or cessation of use. And it prohibits a permit or approval in furtherance of the proposed conversion if the findings can't be made. And those findings have to do with whether the relocation impact report provides the information required by state law and the city's code, that there will be available mobile home lots within Sonoma County to accommodate the mobile homes displaced, that adequate options are available for residents who would be disruptive, that the relocation plan provides for reasonable costs of relocation based on the findings of the relocation impact report. If the proposed conversion is to another residential use, where the residents of the mobile home park will have the opportunity to purchase, if for sale, or rent the new units, et cetera. I won't read all of them. Also relevant to this issue is section 8.34.100 regarding relocation assistance, and that lists the relocation assistance that the city can require as part of its consideration of a proposed conversion or change of use, including payment of relocation assistance to each resident, payment of the cost of physically moving the mobile home to a new site, payment of a lump sum to compensate for payment of the first and last month rent in a new site, payment of a lump sum to compensate for any differential between rental rates, reasonable expenses incurred in moving to a new location, and payment of fair market value for homeowners who are unable to relocate their homes. So we are in the process, by we I mean city staff, of preparing some additional information for members of the community about the city's regulations and also about the pending arbitration. Please look out for those. If you've got questions, please contact staff, or you can contact PPSC. And that constitutes my remarks tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPSC, Petaluma People Services, and thank you for that clarity. Now, moving to the cards we have here. First, the speakers in the room, and then to our Zoom audience after. And Peter Cherniff, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
How much time?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay. So, it's a beautiful day, and I'm here to tell you that a lot of these migrant people that are here with us today, of course, we're all migrants from just one level or another, did not come to this country just to start being imposed upon by the same system they left. The same is true of our veterans. They didn't put their lives on the line just to be bullied by a bunch of bullies that continue bullying for more money because they think they can. Huelga la general, it's the general strike. This is a perfect time now for even the likes of you to say this, together with the migrants, together with the Anglos, together with the Asians, together with the Hispanics, everybody together. And law enforcement, if we strike paying the rents, there's nothing they can do but give us a round of applause because the cops are being bullied also. And I'm going to be very specific about that. You go on a bus and it says, if you see any trafficking, report it. Well, I've reported it. And law enforcement's in trouble because they've been bullied for a long time by the triads, the Tong, and many other groups. Every one of these Asian massage parlors, you can get whatever you want for the right amount of money, and you'll also get videotapes so you get blackmailed as well. And law enforcement cannot touch that because of human compromise, which is why the public needs to help law enforcement. And the best way to do that is with the Huaga General, because with the general strike, you will then be free of the reins that are corrupted, that are dealing with you, and you will be able to operate with a freer hand for the right reasons. Am I turned off? Okay, and so it is that Little Woods and Youngstown, you've got seniors, you got veterans, and you got the migrants, and for all of us to stand together, we need to work together and stop this poison. It's like being sprayed with Monsanto Roundup everywhere, and that needs to stop.
Thank you very much. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Daryl Rochulius.
Mayor, city council members, city staff, and community. Could we have ever dreamed that much-needed advocacy to revise the rent stabilization ordinance would result in such egregious retaliation
If I could
against...
interrupt real quick, can you bring the microphone down to your, like, tip the tip of it, bring it down?
Down here? Oh,
And let's restart.
Thank
the,
you.
start?
Moderator, and
Okay.
thank you.
Mayor, city council members, city staff, and community. Could we have ever dreamed that much-needed advocacy to revise the rent stabilization ordinance would result in such egregious retaliation against senior citizens and park residents? After the first urgency revisions passed on June 19th, we at Youngstown were served with the first retaliatory assault to change the senior living park to all ages, 38 pages of new rules and revisions, none of which were given with the legally required 6-month notice. They offered a mandatory meeting to discuss this park status change, which we attended. They wouldn't answer any questions and said they will get back to us about the answers, still waiting on those. Then to add insult to injury, they're advertising their 2 new manufactured homes online as All Age Now. The following week in July, we were sent a threatened park closure at 5:45 p.m. at night. Their consultant showed up early that morning to go to the door of an 82-year-old resident who was informed about the potential closure without notice. The distress to that resident was extreme. Hardship, hopelessness, emotional distress, fear, anger, and tears all ensued. Can you imagine what these seniors felt? Not once did park owners or management attempt to comfort or prevent mental or physical consequences from these devastating actions. We went out to comfort and make sure all knew they were not alone. On August 2nd, we received the latest retaliatory conduct in the form of an increase in rent of $923.41, anywhere from 100% to 159% increase starting December 1st, 2023, even though they just raised the annual rent to the maximum allowable 6% on June 1st, a mere 2 months ago. They are not allowed to have more than one increase in a 12-month period of time. The assault devastated residents. It is just too much to bear. This isn't business. This isn't fair rate of return. This isn't the way you conduct managing a senior mobile.
Thank you very much. The 2 minutes has expired. No, we do not do that in general. We do it under specific agenda items. Sorry. So next up is Darylyn Rochalsia, to be followed by Richard Hillary.
This is elder abuse. This is cruelty, this is greed, and it is unacceptable. In any city, in any state, in any country, the seniors who have worked and fought for our country, who gave to this community and paid taxes, don't deserve to be treated like this. What could possibly give an investor or business the right to do this? We simply don't have an answer, and we hope that we will have advocates for us.
Thank you. Richard Hillary, to be followed by Kay Paulin.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me speak tonight at the meeting. I wanted to speak to the issue of traffic problems on Sonoma Mountain Parkway. I'm at 1745 East Madison, at the top of East Madison where Sonoma Mountain Parkway goes by. The intersection there at Sonoma Mountain Parkway and East Madison goes across to Turtle Creek. It is and has been a traffic problem. Speed on Sonoma Mountain Parkway makes things worse. Many vehicles, they like to build up speed coming off the light at East Washington. And if you know what red line is, that's how they drive. The paddle shifters on the back side of the steering wheel, we can get somewhere pretty quick. Sonoma Mountain Parkway is not the place to do that. It has become Sonoma Mountain Speedway. After the fatal traffic accident last month, I was speaking with several of the police officers present. They understand the term Sonoma Mountain Speedway. It is a very, very treacherous area. Crossing at East Madison, pedestrians take their life in their hands. Those traffic signs are not seen by motorists. Motorists have their eye on the car ahead of them. They don't see the blinking yellow lights. They take their life in their hands trying to get across at that particular intersection. What can be done? We've had other accidents there. There are a lot of near misses in the area. Now with this fatality at that intersection, we need to get something done about it. What can be done? Thank you.
Thank you. And Kay Pollan to be followed by Tom Porteous.
I could see.
Thank you. Tom Porteous to be followed by Melanie Bedslow.
Hello, guys. My name is Tim Porteous. Sorry, I wrote it bad.
My bad.
I just want to reiterate for you in this past few weeks how difficult every one of these days is. It's unreal. And we keep getting new attack on us. I mean, we can't turn. And these guys are going, oh my goodness, I just spent blah, blah. They're a bunch of hooters. That's lies. They're not doing anything to the actual infrastructure that shouldn't have been happening all along. And they're going to now attack us and blame us because previous people didn't do what they should have been doing. And they're holding us for it. That's crazy. I hope we can do something against this. Really. You guys are it. You're the bottom line for us. That's all. And I'm hoping that the rest of the folks that you did mention that are trying to help will see that this is going to be a model that will be looked at, investigated, tried to find more information to make it better. You're doing it. You are the ones. And I'm thanking you for that. And by golly, thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Melanie Bedslow to be followed by Liliana Munoz. Melanie Wilkinson, thank you. So Liliana Munoz Aparicio to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Liliana. Soy miembro de Little Woods, Vecinos Unidos. También soy residente de Petaluma y madre soltera de 2 hijos. Yo estoy aquí representando a mis vecinos que me acompañan el día de hoy. Estamos todos aquí porque la compañía Harmony Community nos está amenazando que van a cerrar el parque de las trailas. Un representante de Harmony habló con nosotros preguntándonos qué tan alto queremos que nos suban la renta. Nos dijo que si no nos subían la renta nos iban a cerrar el parque. Nosotros queremos mantener Little Woods abierto y económico. Sabemos que no quiere Harmony es dinero, pero ellos están jugando con nuestras vidas. Si el parque cierra y somos desalojados, me impactaría drásticamente, psicológicamente y económicamente y emocionalmente. Yo trabajo en Petaluma Healthcare Center como asistente médico y apenas me alcanza para sobrevivir como madre soltera de 2 hijos. Siguen subiendo los precios de todo, por ejemplo, la leche, los huevos, la ropa, el gas, etc. Todo lo esencial que se necesita para sobrevivir. No sé qué haría si me suben la renta. Queremos dar gracias a ustedes por pasar la ordenancia de los parques de Traila. Y sabemos que los verdaderos antagonistas son Harmony Community.
Can I translate for that you all in English? Thank you.
Right. We would like to have a card when you finish, but you may take whatever time it takes for the complete translation.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Liliana. I'm a member of Little Woods Vecinos Unidos Neighbors United. I am also a resident of Petaluma and a single mother to 2 kids. I am here representing my neighbors who are behind me today. We're all here because the company Harmony Community is threatening to close our mobile home park. A representative of Harmony talked to us, asking us how high can we raise the rent, and told us that if we didn't raise the rent, we would close the park. We want to maintain Little Woods open and affordable. We know that what Harmony wants is money, but they're playing with our lives. If this park closes, we will be homeless. This would impact me drastically, psychologically, economically, and emotionally. I work at Petaluma Health Center as a medical assistant, and I'm barely able to survive as a single mother to 2 kids. They keep raising the rents for all things such as eggs, milk, clothes, gas, etc. All the things essential for survival. I don't know what I would do if the rent went up. We want to thank you all at the city for passing this ordinance for the mobile home parks. We know that the real antagonist is Harmony Communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. And Dwayne Bellinger to be followed by John Hanania.
Yes, an excellent presentation there. I can't say how much I support the mobile home, what you guys have been doing for the mobile home to change the rules, to stop the abuse. It's outrageous. The economic system that was chosen for building mobile home parks was wrong from the start. They should have been co-ops. They should have had the land placed in trust. The people who live there and who bought a home there spent their life savings building a home. Should not be at the discretion of some speculator. So we need to change the whole system. That was one point I wanted to make. The other point was that I distributed the smart copy of the new smart station. It suggests that they're going to be moving a majority of people who are coming from the west that use downtown. They're all going to have to drive across Washington or maybe Corona to get to the new station. And that's absurd. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. What are we going to do? It may be only 55 people, but they'll all be in a hurry to get over to the new station. And what's interesting here is they didn't ask the public. The grand jury told them they should have more public input, and they didn't pay any attention to the people of Petaluma. They didn't ask them. They didn't even ask them for the name. They talk about the North Station. I know people who live in East Petaluma and West Petaluma, people who live in the Waugh District. I know nobody who lives in North Petaluma. And so I find their failure to ask the public to be a real problem for the grand jury to pay attention to. One other point, it would be nice if you put their faces on for the people at home, kept the faces up and had a small clock so that the people at home can see your smiling faces when they talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Hanania to be followed by Bob Hanson.
Good evening. I'm going to touch base on what took place on July 10th when Brian over there decided to be Class A bully. But before I go there, I don't understand why you guys deprive the people of their rights. I suggest that you put the time for the public on the ballot next time and let the community, because you say this is all about community. Let the community decide how much time they should have, because some of you sit there and yap nonstop like a little chihuahua. And the one who said it best, Zen Destiny, when he told you guys leave here late because you talk too much. So, I'd like to read something to you that was sent to me during that meeting about Brian Barnicle. It looks like he's upset because he didn't get his lapdog elected. That's underlying this kind of like a dictator mentality, wanted what he want and didn't get it. It so will make an ass out of himself trying to sound so superior. Okay? Janice, don't shake your head. I have a lot more to say. Okay? So don't be a bully. When I said what I said to all the people that were here and resonated with them, and it was full of room, he treated them like a little kids by saying, oh, you're better than that. Because they accept what I said. What happened to freedom of speech, the First Amendment? People are supposed to say what they want. You tell people not to clap. How many times you want me to pull meetings after meeting where you guys start clapping? Are you better than everybody in here? I don't think so. So why don't you show some respect and practice what you preach? You don't want people to speak, but yet you take forever when it's time to talk. Why don't you keep it to business on hand, to what you're assigned to for whatever.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be back.
And this would be Bob Hanson, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good evening, everybody. To everybody, I wish the very best in health and spirit. My name's Robert Hanson. My concerns are the law recently passed in the state of California, reducing the crime of pedophilia from a felony to a misdemeanor, punishable by a ticket. Our children, the pedophiles in our state, have been given carte blanche to groom, attack our children. My concerns are with our governor, who wants to turn the state of California into the national destination for abortion, up to and including birth. The national destination for child gender manipulation, surgically and chemically castrating our children.
Excuse me. We have had this conversation before. I would like you to keep it focused on subject matters of the
I
city.
am focused on subject matter,
Which some of
and
those-
I am tired of you interrupting my public comment, and I hope that ceases.
And stay focused.
My concerns are with the children of the state of California, which are going to be abused, groomed, and manipulated by the.
So, excuse
By
me,
the
sir.
pedophiles.
Sir, excuse me, the mayor's referring.
we
you-
learned anything-
Sir, excuse me, the mayor's, the issue. Yeah, well. So what I'm trying to, thank you, please, Chief. What I'm trying to explain is that this time is for members of the public to address the city council on issues that they have the authority to deal with or address as city council members. You're raising issues about state government that they don't have the authority to address. So the mayor is asking you to direct your remarks to things that they can engage with as city council members, as local government officials. That's
Understood.
what he's reminding you. Thank you.
Understood. Then my question for our city council is, do you support these measures in our state? Do you support pedophilia being given carte blanche in the state of California? If we learned anything from the AIDS epidemic, safe sex is the only moral answer to unwanted pregnancy and disease, and it's not even in conversation. I would like to know if my city council supports these measures being promoted in our state. If you do, we have a problem. If you don't, then let's make Petaluma the first city in the state of California to stand up and say, no, We do not support this assault on our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Grace Herrera.
My name is Catherine Rossi. I live at the Littlewoods Villa, Mullen Park. I'd like to first thank Councilmember Nell for showing up to the residents' meeting on Friday. And also to these people, Harmony Community, as our bullies. And they're harassing the tenants. I got one of the residents whose friends to Harmony Community I sent the mayor pictures of the damage they've been doing to my home site. And the police department says they could do this. I went there the other day. I waited 2 hours in the lobby and they said they could do this to my place. Thank you. But like I said, I'd like to thank Councilmember now for showing up for a residents meeting. Like I said, Harmony are nasty people, they're mean, and they're bullies.
Thank you very much. Grace Herrera, to be followed by Barry Busowitz.
I'm too short. Hello, City Councils. Thank you for the opportunity. How can I put this down? Down here? Is that better? But I am too short. But thank you for listening at this moment. I just want to address, I am a resident of Petaluma for 36 years. I bought my house in 87, sorry. And then I just want to address something. Way before, I live on McDowell, corner of McDowell and Cowfield. And that is a lot of cars going on everywhere. But lately, maybe at the beginning of this year, I guess if you know that they are fixing the entrance of the freeway on Washington. And that is why they closed everything over there. And I remember that I was passing by and they were fixing over there. I don't know what they were doing, but they were fixing, and that is why they route, I guess, all the trucks and everything. And now there is a sign that it says truck route, and before it wasn't. And I talked to somebody here, I don't remember who was, but he told me that the entire place that I live all the way to St. Francis, they have been complaining because the trucks pass every time at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And the problem is that the entire house, my house and the entire street, it shakes. And it feels like it's an earthquake. And sometimes I am an elderly person. I don't look, but I am 79, older than all of you, I guess. But I wake up. I am retired. I work my head off here in this country, and I thank God for that. But 2 o'clock in the morning, it shakes, the trucks pass. And then I don't know what it can be done because...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you very much for your comments. Barry Busowitz, and then we'll move to our Zoom audience.
Hi. Well, so much for just coming to watch. I also listened. I heard about the mobile homes, not a new issue, but, it's really difficult for you guys. And I'm glad you're there, and I don't know the issue, so I won't address it any further. What concerns me is the ignorance that I have and that so many of us have about all that you do. And part of the reason that bothers me is because of the vitriol that comes out of people from fear and not knowing, and the comments that are made in this room, and perhaps even more where I'm not active on social media. And I believe that very hurtful things are said, directed to you on the dais, to city staff, and to city staff who aren't here, and to others. It really troubles me. And I think that, you those of you who are elected signed on for it, kind of, but I don't think that's really a fair bargain. And so I really want to thank you for doing your jobs and for being willing to deal with the heartache and pain that it takes, and also for our city staff. You know, it goes in when people say personal things that hurt them and disparage them. And I'm sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moderator, will you bring in our Zoom audience?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, there's one speaker that had their hand up before the time expired, and that is Susan Kirk. So, Susan, I will allow you to speak, and you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening to the community and to the City Council. I wanted to comment this evening on a topic that I commented about before. I'd like to ask the City Council to give direction to the City Manager to re-implement Zoom meeting access for commission and committee meetings. When the public is able to participate from whatever platform, it makes our government process so much better. And I've noticed in all of the commission and committee meetings where Zoom has been discontinued, there often is very little to no public input any longer. This is also an issue of equity. It's an issue of you as our elected leaders wanting to encourage and provide the mechanism for as broad a public input as we can have in Petaluma. I've provided information before that the city of Santa Rosa, larger than Petaluma, the city of Sebastopol, smaller than Petaluma, both have ongoing norms of all public meetings, council and commission and committees available via Zoom access as well as in-person meetings. I again ask you to prioritize this and ask the city manager and staff to re-implement this as soon as possible. Thank you.
And that is our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And so that closes general public comment for the evening. And I'd like to move us into council comments. And we'll start down this end with Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to also just support the person that talked about the Madison and Sonoma Mountain Parkway. I happen to live about a block away from that same intersection, and my wife and I do walk across that intersection, and we have been almost run over several times. So, we will be following up on that. I know that I've heard that there will be some follow-ups going on for that particular issue. So, yeah, we'll be taking care of that. Let's see. Other things, what I've recently gone to and worked on. One was at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, was at Amy's Solar, which is a fairly new solar company in town, but it's a little different from the other solar companies here. They actually have a product that is competing with Tesla's roofs. So it's creating a roof and solar system combination. So if anybody's interested in doing roofing, re-roofing, I could actually say, looking at the little research of what they've done, this is new and different and very competitive with the Tesla products. So just something to be thinking about if you're going to be re-roofing here in the near future. Went to the night out. I think several of us went to the night out, and it was a wonderful event supporting the police and the fire, and lots of social services went there. Others may speak up to it, but I think it was a wonderful event. Looking forward to doing it again next year. The North Bay Watershed Association had their meeting, which is for the North Bay, and there were several pertinent presentations that were made that we need to maybe pay attention to here in Petaluma. One talk was on workability, and that there's a severe shortage of workers on the pipeline with a lot of retirees from government positions in government service, particularly in the water and wastewater. And they gave out some numbers which are pretty dramatic of the need and needing to fill. So there is a group that is working on both recruitment and training, both as internships and on the job, that we need to be paying attention to. And this probably is true across a lot of our city services arena. A second talk was on environmental training. There is a regulations out there, but there is a special group that actually does training on regulations for an environment for workers, for both contractors. And so there may be possibilities of learning a little bit more about how to do regulations and have the workers get informed, engaged, and have a certificate program for that. Then there was another presentation on a grant that's being worked on that will be led by San Francisco Estuary Institute, SFEI. And they're looking at groundwater and sea level rise with groundwater intrusion, saltwater intrusion, as well as just the groundwater rise itself, and how much damage that potentially could be to our entire underground infrastructure here along the bay. And here in Petaluma, since we're right on the river and the tide comes all the way up past the city, there may be some things that be worried about in underground our substructures down below. So the SFEI is going to take that on as a project here coming up. There was another presentation at Napa, and they do even a better job than we do on recycling the water. They're up to almost like 70% of their water gets recycled that goes through their plants. And they also have working on a brand new magnetic engine that's using a chemical reaction and with minimizing carbon dioxide output for the methane gas that's being done there. So that's an interesting technology that they're working on there. So it would be worthwhile to have a visit to look at their technology, what they're doing. And the last thing is I signed up for it's going to be a national conference put on by the Micromobility folks, and that's going to be in October. And so I've signed up for a 2-day conference, so I get to learn a little bit more about all the micromobility and transport options and how do you move people around on all our roads with that systems. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't had a transit meeting since the last one, but we're meeting this Thursday, and I wanted to just announce that this will be a meeting on the bus to experience the bus system. Not that most of us have it in the past, but to have discussions there. So anyone that's interested in taking part in the discussion on the buses, we'll be doing our hour-and-a-half meeting on the bus, and we'll meet. And the bus will be taking the 411 bus, number 11 bus, on this Thursday from the Copeland Transit Center. In terms of the continuum of care, the Homeless Commission, we have, in service of diversity and equity and inclusion, added a tribal seat to the Continuum of Care Board, and hasn't been, we'll be working out now how the different tribes and tribal associations will choose the person in that seat. And also the Continuum of Care continues to work on improving its ability to evaluate and decide which programs should get more funding. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last month has been busy in District 3. We also, my neighbors and I, are dealing with speeders and reckless driving. And I want to do a huge thank you to the police department for stepping up patrols in the District 3 area, and the water department for showing up immediately when the sprinklers had been broken by a vehicle that drove onto the Miwok Park lawn and broke the sprinklers, and water was flooding. So as the school year approaches, we have to be more careful with our driving, and we have to take lots of safety precautions. One of them was putting up a fence between the school and the park. Thank you to our Park and Recs Director, Drew Halter, for communicating and talking to the Old Adobe School Superintendent about this fence and keeping the students safe and keeping the city park safe. I also want to send a big thank you out to the Relief Group for their tree planting program, because they are adding more trees which will provide shade in Miwok Park. So as a liaison to the Park and Rec Committee, I had an opportunity to take a field trip recently to various parks, and the parks staff gave us a tour and told us of the improvements that have been added and the future improvements that will be added to our parks and our pool. The Airport Committee is excited to announce that the Two-Niner Diner will be open on their display day, August 19th, out at the airport. The Airport Committee formed 4 ad hoc committees. A lot of this came from public input, and we read all our public comments and we make decisions based on that. So the ad hoc committees were 1 on hangar rates, 2 on airport projects, 3 on airport access policies, and 4 on the hangar wait list and repairs. These are very important items at the Airport Commission level. I wanted to mention that I have been out to Little Woods Mobile Home Park, and I was so impressed by this caring group of neighbors, and it's truly a wonderful community. They look out for each other. They make sure that their neighbors are taken care of and are in good health, and they check up on them with the stress that they've been under. And I really appreciate the Petaluma People Service Center for sending caseworkers out to help with these neighbors, and the Petaluma Rebuilding Together for the work they're doing to improve the coaches where these people live. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Thank you very much. I want to start off with Richard Hillary and his comments. I mean, something does need to be done with Sonoma Mountain Parkway. It's extremely dangerous, and I'm looking forward to getting a report on what, or maybe bringing it back to the council about what can be done to reduce speed there and make it safer. That's kind of, Rainier, we're doing a test on reducing speeding, and it really is working. And it makes people more conscious about driving when streets are actually reduced. But I wanted Grace Herrera. She's absolutely correct. It is a total problem on McDowell. You have these big trucks, post office. The post office goes up McDowell, and then they go, because I live off McDowell also. My neighbors across the street, their houses also shake. And I have been asking about, talking about truck routes in this town, and I honestly do not want to wait till the general plan is done to deal with truck routes, because it is a problem, and there are hundreds and hundreds of people that are affected by this. And it's not just the trucks, it's the pollution that they bring also, and the health in our neighborhoods. And my neighborhood happens to be a red zone, and yours is not, but I believe it is because of the amount of trucks that go. So I would really like to address that sooner than later. And thank you for bringing it up. And Susan Kirks keeps talking about the Zoom, and I mean, I think there is a real value to public meetings being seen. I know it's a big process because you have to bring more city employees to do that. So I hope someday we can look at that and actually evaluate it and see how that can be done. I did do a tour of the police station with Officer Parno, and I'm really glad that I did, even though I knew what the station looked like. There was actually space to remodel. I know we're talking about a new fire station and police station, but that's not going to be tomorrow. And I think some of these improvements are important. And I have questioned why we would spend money if we're going to build a new building, but it's the time that they're in that building, and they are crunched. And so I'm looking forward, next week I'm going to check out the fire stations, and I hope, I'm sure I'll see that orange countertop still in Karen's district at the fire station, but just really talk about the needs of the fire and where we're going to be going since we're looking at a new fire station. Barry Busowitz, I want to thank you for your comments. I think between social media, it is just vile on there, and a lot of information is incorrect, and people are picking up that information. And when you start picking up information and start slandering people, you need to pause and think before pushing send, or maybe talk to a lawyer. And, just hate speech toward the city council. That's really unacceptable. You know, I'm out there talking to people all the time. I met somebody today at Target, and I realized she worked in our district. I gave her my card so she can call me, and that's how I do business. And as far as the mobile home parks, this is just devastating for you, and we really understand that. And we are very aware of what's going on. Please keep the information coming, because sometimes you may get something that we don't see. So I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I haven't been down to Youngstown, but it was a weird weekend. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. Several things to report on tonight. The Water Advisory Committee to the Sonoma County Water Agency met this morning in Santa Rosa. And a couple of highlights. You know, we get these water consumption reports routinely, but I want to highlight the one that we got, two aspects of the one we got today, because it's really remarkable, and you can just look at the numbers, but when you think about it, it really is pretty astounding. So for Petaluma, 2023 year-to-date water usage compared to a 2013 benchmark year. This is the entire city, all the population, everything. We're using 34% water than we did in 2013. And we're out of the drought, so this is post-drought. And that's pretty much reflective of the entire region, Sonoma and Marin counties. So for all the contractors in Sonoma and Marin counties, it's down 30% year-to-date from the 2013 baseline. But 2013, if you look at it, water consumption was already on a downhill trend by then. It was pointed out today that Sonoma County Water Agency's peak sales were in the year 2004, when it sold 66,000 acre-feet of water to all its wholesale customers, including Petaluma. In 2022, it was 36,000 acre-feet. So 66,000 acre-feet in 2004 to 36,000 acre-feet in 2022. Admittedly, 2022, we were still in the drought, and it'll bounce back up a little bit. But that just shows that water conservation efforts are far outswamping population growth in our region, Petaluma and in our region. So that's one piece of news that I think news this morning is, well, the Press Democrat will likely have a very prominent story tomorrow regarding the Potter Valley project. Sonoma County Water Agency Board of Directors earlier this week authorized submission of a proposal for a new joint powers agreement with, if I'm getting this right, the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Association and the Round Valley Tribe to come in and take over the water diversion facilities at Potter Valley. The expectation at this point is that both Scott Dam and Van Arsdale Dam will be decommissioned as part of this license surrender process, but there is still the possibility of continuing significant, although reduced, water diversions into the Upper Russian and replenishing the water supply in Lake Mendocino, which is important, especially for the Upper Russian River, but also for folks down here as a backstop for Lake Sonoma water supplies. So that's going to be a very busy process over the next several months. There were some there was a draft statement of interest that was approved unanimously by the WAC this morning. I'll pass these out for council members to review. There's an extra one for the clerk to post online if the clerk wishes to do that. And I think it was prepared by the TAC members. It's very thoughtful. It's very thorough. There's a lot of equity issues. There are a lot of cost issues to be worked through, and obviously environmental quality issues in both the Russian and Eel River basins. So stay tuned on that. The Legislative Committee of the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association met last week after a long hiatus. We are now reconstituted as a Brown Act body, which is a little bit different. We didn't take any action on bills in the legislature last week, but we probably will be in the near future. There are new bylaws. The new chair of the group is Councilmember Melanie Bagby of Cloverdale. I'm the new vice chair. So I'm glad to see that committee up and running so that Sonoma County cities can have a voice again on legislation in Sacramento. And then last week I got a phone call from the president of the California League of Cities, Ali Taj, asking me to serve on a special board committee to coordinate the opposition to the Business Roundtable measure for next fall's ballot, and I agreed to do that. So I think that's going to be my new full-time job. And then lastly, I want to echo the comments of the other council members who would like to see the city address the Sonoma Mountain Speedway issue in the near future and come back with some concepts on what we can do. I guess that's the price that we pay for repaving the thing, right? We wouldn't have those problems when it was all potholes. Anyway, we can deal with that, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
And Mr. Mayor, can I interrupt really quick? This is the moderator. I think we're having some difficulty hearing online, so if members can make sure to be right in front of the microphone when they talk, that would be very helpful. And for public speakers as well, if you can adjust the microphone so your mouth is right in front of it, that'll help everybody hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few updates as I've been traveling recently. I wasn't able to attend, but the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee had a meeting on Wednesday of this week, and we heard a presentation on the Smart Wayfinding program, and we reviewed the active transportation plan vision and where we're at on that. What came from that was an ad hoc forum to contribute to the active transportation plan. And then I'll just say that the Sonoma Mountain Speedway is going to become much more common, not just with Sonoma Mountain, but all the roads that we're paving. I was on North McDowell last night and someone flew by me at 50 miles an hour. Garfield's going to have a similar situation going on there with the long blocks. This is something we're going to all have to agree as a community. We will prioritize safety over speed and convenience, and that might mean losing parking spaces, reduce lanes, but if we really want to do something about safety, that's what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And for my report, I think I want to piggyback on that active transportation theme. I mean, it is what the city's general plan update is focusing on at the moment. And I attended an active transportation workshop co-sponsored by Cool Cities, Cool Petaluma, and Safe Streets Petaluma. And I hope everyone is finding workshops where they can make their contribution known. I did bike to that event. Rivertown Revival was a big hit again this year. Many of us were able to bike to that. The trestle update, the trestle is active transportation when it gets redone. It's part of SMART's alignment, or will be part of SMART's alignment. The city is meeting, city staff is meeting with funding potentials, and so I'm glad to see that project moving along. Know Before You Grow is a local group is having conversations this week on 15-minute neighborhoods. So again, that's being able to use active transportation. That 15-minute neighborhood's a city priority coming up from the reports that we've commissioned on that kind of conversation. It's at the Kavanaugh Center Wednesday at 7 p.m. Let's see, Petaluma Night Out was this week. I want to thank all the groups who participated, from Verity to the Water Department, from Safe Team to Pride, from Amar para Todos to the police and fire staffs. I mean, it was a big night out. Many of us were able to bike to that. The animal shelter had a celebration. North Bay Animal Services had a big celebration this weekend. Councilmember Barnacle and I were able to bike to that together. The Coast Guard had their 233rd anniversary. They're great volunteers in town. They staff a lot of volunteer efforts in town. Celebration at the base, got to meet an admiral and got to bike to that. So, I mean, there are just many opportunities to improve or reduce our car dependency and become more engaged in active transportation. We also, as a council, have a countywide mayors and councils meeting this week. The mayors put together the agenda last week, and it's mainly concerning regional issues. Interestingly, 4 out of 5 mayors were there, and, 4 out of 5 mayors present were women. And so it's good to see that in communications. And the big issues, regional issues on the ballot will be housing issues and transportation issues this fall. And that's my report. I'd like to move to the city manager, invite the city manager to make any comments needed.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and community. Just wanted to briefly comment on the Sonoma Mountain Parkway comments that we've heard tonight. So wanted to assure everybody, Public Works and our police departments are actively looking at this area. We're currently doing a traffic study to analyze the speeds as well as the traffic counts. Waiting for the final police report on that incident that occurred. And so once we have all of that data, we can then review options to do safety improvements, traffic calming, and safety enhancements with all of that information. I will say in about 1 year's time, with some state law changes, we do have the opportunity to designate some roads as designated safety corridors. That begins in July of '24, so we can look at that for Sonoma Mountain Parkway and potentially other places in town. And then finally, on the topic of repaving, actually Sonoma Mountain Parkway is due soon for a slurry seal or a crack seal project on that road to maintain the pavement condition. And so with that project, there may be some opportunities to do some restriping or some other safety amenities. So we are definitely actively looking at this, and we can keep you updated.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move now to our consent calendar. And as we move into this, I'm going to look up and down the dais and ask if any of the council members see an item they need removed for special attention. And not seeing that, then tonight we will take all 12 items, next 12 items together as a single item. And I'd like to open it to public comment. And so I have one comment card here for from someone in the council chamber to speak to this consent calendar items. And I'd like to ask our moderator to read the messaging for our Zoom audience.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar items, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments, at the end of which you will be muted. I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask our city clerk if we've had any online contributions to this item prior to the meeting tonight.
Yes, we did receive one public comment, which has been posted with item 10 online with the agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you. And so I'd like to start with our in-house speakers on this item. And I have one card. It's from Peter Chernoff, generally speaking on the consent calendar, or to a direct item? And let's set that clock at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Done? Thank you, Mayor. I heard someone make a statement earlier about concern about how you all are treated, and I'd like to let you know that I looked at you guys not as elected leaders, but elected servants, which is actually far more important than elected leaders. I like to look at you as statesmen and stateswomen, not politicians. And I want to share that influence goes both ways. How often has the city council entertained state officials regarding various different topics? So it flows both ways. And so I would hope that you would consider that when an American veteran has concerns, because they do flow both ways, and the concerns are very real. I also would like to know why the public appearance of myself and anyone else is being physically canceled from the viewing of the public by the city clerk.
Excuse me, Mr. Chernoff, which item are you speaking on consent? Sorry? Which item are you speaking to from the consent calendar?
I'm speaking. Am I on? Am I talking?
Actually, you're talking to me, and thank you very much.
Okay.
And my question, though, Peter, that I'd like a direct answer to, is which item of consent calendar?
I'm addressing the potential agenda for number 2. I'm addressing, let's see.
I think if we
I'm
stay
addressing
focused,
number 6.
We'll be able to get through this. Thank you.
I'm addressing number 6. And there was one more that I'm addressing by virtue of what I'm stating.
And we'll proceed. Thank you.
And so, to continue my flow, regarding an agenda, I would hope that you go ahead and put this to the public, that it should be 3 minutes for every time people speak, no matter how many people are here, because they go out of their way to speak to public servants that you need to listen to, I hope. And clapping is as American as apple pie, and to be told we can't clap is, I just can't, I'm not even gonna go there, it's not good. Number 6 talks about art, an art fund, and artwork. And I believe that so much beautiful music and gardens and support of law enforcement would be part and parcel to the art of a general strike that benefits us all. Over here, I see something on residential solar permits. Really? We're going to start charging people for the sun? I got to ask you, what about the permits obtained by psychiatrists who control North Bay services of escort services using drugs and mental controls protecting a prostitution racket? We're going to permit that, we're going to allow that, but you're going to charge people for the sun? I think we need to reevaluate that. And lastly, I mentioned earlier that these women are brought into the business by the triads by the age of 5. And they are the ones that are in many of these massage parlors, and they do exist in this city and in this county, no two ways about it. And law enforcement needs our support because they have been bullied by these triads and these groups for a very, very long time. So
Thank you very much for your comments tonight. Nina Zito would be next. And I have to ask, is that on a particular consent calendar item or more of a general comment? Because we have passed general comment, so it would need to be specifically to one of the items.
Kevin, I think she wants to speak on item 10. We're going to do outside.
Okay, thank you. We'll put you in the queue for that item. Thank you. And that concludes the in-house commenters. And looking back at Zoom, we have no Zoom. And so we'd like to close the public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back to council. And Councilmember Healy.
Yes, with that, I'd like to move approval of consent calendar items 1 through 12.
I'll second that.
So that's a motion by Healy and a second by Cater Thompson. And I'd like the clerk to call a roll call vote for us tonight.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to public hearings and matters for consideration for the evening. And item 13 will be our next item. And I'll read the title to that as staff tees up the presentation for the evening. It's to receive and review fiscal year 23 annual military equipment use report and renew ordinance number 2818, which approved Petaluma Police Department's military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy 709 in compliance with California Assembly Bill 481. This continued from July 10, 2023, and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Petaluma to approve Petaluma Police Department Policy 709 and 613 pertaining to the use and acquisition of 7 unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, and the acquisition of an unmanned ground vehicle, UGV, also known as robot. And to make this presentation, I'd like to welcome our Deputy Chief of Police, Brian Miller, and Police Lieutenant Nick McGowan. Thank you, guys. We're going to need to get you on mic a little better there.
Sorry, user error. Good evening, Mayor McDonald, council members, and members of the public attending this meeting tonight. I'm Lieutenant Nick McGowan with the Petaluma Police Department. I currently oversee the Professional Standards Division. The Professional Standards Division is responsible for recruitment, training, oversight, in order to ensure that the department maintains best practices and sound operations. As the Professional Standards Division Lieutenant, I'm excited to present AB 481 Military Equipment Report, the proposed revised ordinance authorizing the use of military equipment and the acquisition of unmanned aerial systems and unmanned ground vehicles. Over the course of my career in law enforcement, I've had the opportunity to train, instruct, and now oversee the use of military equipment as defined by AB 481. The California legislature passed AB 481 in 2021, so 2 years ago, which required the department to obtain approval from council to continue the use of any military equipment purchased prior to January of 2022. On June 20th of 2022, council adopted Ordinance 2818, which authorized the use of the Petaluma Police Department to use the military equipment that it previously had. The intent of AB 481 is to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight for the acquisition and use of military equipment as defined by the legislature. Through increased transparency and oversight, the legislation provides additional safeguards to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties. This matter was first presented to council on June 6th. The department presented to the former city council with a staff report and supporting documents that outlined the military equipment possessed by the department, the policy regarding that use of such equipment, what allied agencies in Sonoma County possess that equipment, and then a slideshow indicating the history of all of the militarized equipment that was possessed by the Petaluma Police Department. For more information on the council meeting from June 6th and or the documents that were presented, you can find that information on the military equipment page, which is located on the police department's transparency portal. Additionally, the department presented a draft policy which governed the use of unmanned aerial systems to council at the time. And just for clarification, unmanned aerial systems are commonly referred to as drones. Unmanned ground vehicles are commonly referred to as robots. AB 481, for clarification, created 15 separate categories defining various types of military equipment. The department currently has equipment in 6 of the 15 categories. The 6 categories consist of Category 2, which is armored personnel carriers. The police department currently has 2 vehicles. Category 5, which is our mobile command vehicle. Category 7, which is identified as a battering ram, slugs, or breaching apparatus that are explosive. We contain a breaching round. Category 10, which is specialized firearms and ammunition. Category 12, which is flashbang grenades and chemical agents. And Category 14, which is projectile launchers and their specialty munitions. Although the above categories are defined as military equipment pursuant to AB 481, the only equipment possessed by the department that was specifically designed for the use by the military are the 2 armored vehicles, which are Category 2. And I just want everybody to take a note of that. And again, the council adopted Ordinance 2818 on June 20th of last year, which approved the continued use of the department's existing military equipment, along with Policy 709, Military Equipment Funding, Acquisition, and Use. With regards to 481, it's important to note that the law definition of military equipment does not mean that the equipment was only developed for the use or used by military previously. As you can see from the report and Policy 709, what is defined as military equipment goes beyond that equipment that is designed for or used by the military. In accordance with AB 481, the police department drafted the annual report which outlined the use of militarized equipment over the past fiscal year. The report we have shared with you tonight includes the direction and feedback from the City Council meeting in June of 2022, as well as the comments from July 10th, last month. This information includes the demographics where data exists related to each category, as well as the personnel and training costs associated with the military equipment. A few takeaways from the information provided is the department only used military equipment directed towards a community member one time to break a window of a violent suspect that was barricaded inside a vehicle. Another takeaway is the cost for training, storage, and maintenance and use for the last fiscal year was less than 1% of the department's operational budget. And approximately 10% of the funds were reimbursed by the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. While this annual report focused on the use of military equipment, the department tracks all uses of force and reviews each application of force, both internally and externally. In addition to tracking all uses of force, the department engages in best practices of collecting show of force data. For reference, a show of force is when a tool, such as a police canine or piece of equipment, less lethal beanbag shotgun, 40 millimeter launcher, is deployed into the field and available to officers, and where the mere presentation or showing of that force is enough to gain compliance without having to actually use that force. All department show and use of force is documented by staff and reviewed by the divisional lieutenant, the professional standards lieutenant, and the Office of the Independent Police Auditor. This review process includes the use of force and show of force of any militarized equipment, which is captured in the annual report. Additionally, the department use of force data is reported annually to the Department of Justice and posted on the department transparency page. Note, the use of militarized equipment such as unmanned aerial systems or drones by other city departments is not tracked, monitored, or evaluated by the police department. Again, working with the independent police auditor, all uses of force as well as military equipment uses are reviewed for compliance with AB 481, Ordinance 2818, and Policy Section 709. I want to reiterate that the only equipment possessed by the department that was specifically designed for and used by the military are the 2 armored vehicles which are listed in Category 2. On May 4th, the department hosted a community event in front of the police department displaying its military equipment to provide an opportunity for questions, concerns, and of course pictures. Although it is outside the reporting period, the department also displayed the military equipment during the Petaluma Night Out, which was last week on August 2nd. In addition to the annual report, staff wants to call particular attention to Policy 709, military equipment funding, acquisition, and use, as well as Policy 613, unmanned aerial systems and unmanned ground vehicle operations, as the guiding policy documents related to the use of the equipment defined by AB 481. At this time, this graph shows let me take a step back. There was an error in the staff report regarding the calculation of expenses regarding military equipment, which was brought to our attention today. If you look at the graph or the pie chart, you'll note that military equipment cost is approximately or less than 8% of the total allotted budget, which was $24,711,966 for the total budget. The cost of military equipment, which includes storage, training, personnel, was $95,800. In the staff report on page 6, there's an error where it is $1,885 more the cost of ammunition and was calculated twice in that number. And I just want to call attention to that error. At this time, I want to open any questions to the council regarding the annual report.
Thank you very much. Just on the annual report part, and we're going to have further presentation. Is that how we're going to?
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to discuss the annual report first, and then we'll move into the ordinance and the policy sections.
Sure. So we'll get through, we'll have questions now and at each of those points, and then later we'll have one public comment period where questions or comments come from public one time, just for clarity to the public. And so I'll look back to the council here and ask if anyone has a question on the annual report. And Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, one of the statements that was mentioned is in the use of, in the policy that you report just for use by the police. If the fire department also uses some of this equipment, if, let's say, I'm thinking particularly drones or the robot, if they have that need and is used there, will it still be tracked and reported by the police, or will that be done by the fire department?
The use of drones or robots by another city department will not be tracked or monitored by the police department. We have not created a report mechanism for that, and it's not technically required by AB 481.
Right, but the fire department and maybe some others, let's say engineers may need it for investigating the trestle things. This equipment is available for the other departments to use should they demonstrate a need for it.
Councilmember Shribs, as it pertains to equipment such as drones, they're not required to under Assembly Bill 481, so they're not governed with any prohibitions as far as I'm aware that precludes them any conditions that would impede them from acquiring, possessing, utilize, and I'm not aware of any specific departmental policies, but we could definitely inquire with the fire department and report back on that. In our experience, however, we do acknowledge and have seen the value of those systems as they pertain to monitoring flooding events. We have seen the value in assessing large-scale encampments for cleanup efforts, and we're aware that fire departments regionally are using them often to assess fire damage or locate heat sources above structures as they're actively working a structure fire.
Good. I just wanted an acknowledgement that these could be shared with the other departments as well, not totally restricted to just this police use. I just want to make that clear.
Absolutely. As public safety partners, we oftentimes share and utilize and participate in these events. And many times these events may be combined events where police and fire are actively working collaboratively to resolve situations as peacefully as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions on this. Let's move into the next component.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to moving on, I did want to point out that we had 0 complaints regarding the use of military equipment over the last fiscal year, and we also had 0 violations of policy over the last fiscal year. And I believe they're on, but I should introduce the independent police auditor who is joining us for this agenda item, which is Mr. Jeff Schlanger is attending, and his video is on.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Glad to have you on board. My other question was, how would having the independent auditor on board modify the results of the report? I'm assuming that the auditors had a chance to look at this?
Yes, we have. And I don't think it was modified substantially. We had some comments which were incorporated into the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, we'll move on to the next section of the presentation, which is the renewal of ordinance number 2818, which was enacted on June 20th of last year. Pursuant to AB 481, the governing body has the authority to renew the ordinance allowing the use or the continued use of military equipment. PPD policy 613 is the use of UAS and UGV, and policy 709 is the guiding policy regarding the use, acquisition, funding of military equipment. The policy 709, which is attached to the staff report, includes all of the feedback that was provided on not only June 20th of last year, but also the feedback that was provided last month, similar to the annual report. The revisions outline the criteria, tracking, and oversight of all military equipment. Both policies that were attached, which is 613 and 709, were drafted using industry best practices to ensure the privacy rights and Fourth Amendments are safeguarded for our community members. Both policies were reviewed in coordination with the independent police auditor. At this time, we are seeking to improve officer and public safety during high-risk or crisis situations. The department intends to acquire 7 unmanned aerial systems, UASs or drones, and 1 unmanned ground vehicle, which is also known as a robot. These devices will be unweaponized or non-weaponized, and the department currently does not have any drones or robots in its inventory. These UAS and UGV devices will be utilized in accordance to the policy section 0 or policy 709 and policy 613. For clarification or just for awareness, regionally, both the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office as well as the Santa Rosa Police Department both currently use UAS and UGV devices. By complying with these policies that are listed in 709 and 613, again, we will ensure that we safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. For awareness, what drones allow law enforcement personnel to do is provide additional safety to not only the community, but additional safety to the officers that are on scene. What drones do is they're able to capture images and locate individuals or either wanted or lost from an advantage point that can't be seen from the ground. The drones have been used in our city by other departments. The Sheriff's Department has been called down to the city of Petaluma for their drone team, which helped locate Amber Alert, a missing elderly individual. During one of the recent encampments, the Department of Public Works used a drone to capture day-by-day progress on the abatement. Other local agencies, such as Marin County, use drones to survey the damage to 101 during the slide to get a better understanding of, how to proceed forward. In years past, the Petaluma Police Department has used drones during high-risk search warrants where the SWAT team was activated, and the drones were able to not only clear the structure to provide safety to staff and prevent a physical encounter inside of a residence, but the drones also helped when a person tried to flee from a perimeter and run away from a particular location, which was actually right across from our council chambers. The drone policy was drafted with industry best practices with the intent to safeguard people's personal liberties, such as their Fourth Amendment. After the drone policy was written, it was not only reviewed by the city attorney's office, it was also reviewed by the independent police auditor for further clarification and remarks. The drones and the unmanned ground vehicles are the only additional equipment that the Petaluma Police Department is seeking authorization to acquire. The funding for those items, which is roughly $46,000, will be absorbed either through general funds or we will seek alternate grant funding to acquire those devices. When you go back to the annual report, if you've had the opportunity to review it, you'll see that the Petaluma Police Department is responsible and has a tremendous amount of oversight for not only its shows of force, but especially for any uses of force, and for the use and deployment of any militarized equipment. We utilize our vehicles multiple times during community events. Each one of those community events was outlined in the annual report. In the event that we utilize drones and/or robots, the Petaluma Police Department will comply with all of the section or all the policy provisions established in Policy 709 and 613, which are basically adopted or drafted in accordance to not only best practices, but the comments provided by council. So the second to last slide is a summary of staff recommendations, which is to accept and approve the military equipment use report for fiscal year 2023. Second item, make a finding regarding the compliance with the AB 481, renewal of the ordinance with the amendment to approve the funding, acquisition, and use of UAS and UGVs for fiscal year 2024. And with that, I will open it up for discussion and questions.
Great, thank you very much. Great report. Certainly great statistics of use during the year, minimal use during the year. So I'd like to invite Councilmember Pozeke to lead off our questions.
Thank you, Mayor. First, want to say thanks to everyone involved with on the improvements made in the report and the data from last year, and even from when we saw it briefly a month ago. I had one question, and it's I'm sure it's minor, and that's why you didn't cover it in your verbal report here. In terms of the race distribution of the use, not of actually use of force, but shows of force, whether it be when I put together the numbers for the beanbags and for the I'm sure you know what I mean. I'm forgetting what it is. 40 millimeter grenade or something. It's our population is like 70% white and 30% BIPOC, whereas the use of not the use, but the show of forces, were kind of the opposite of that, 70% BIPOC and 30% white. And I know I've talked to Chief Savano about that in the past, and he feels that a large portion of our arrests come from folks from out of town, and that is part of the explanation. But I think a lot of people will be interested in any analysis can be done about that, and wonder if there's any way you can give me an estimate or us an estimate of what percentage of arrests come from out of town as a general rule in Petaluma.
I don't have the data for the number of arrests that come from out of town. There may be a way to extrapolate that information from our report management system. What I will say is I reviewed each and every one of the incidents where that were categorized in the AB 41 annual report. And what I found was that most of the incidents were not calls generated by proactivity. They were calls for service generated by the community and or outside agencies. To where the Petaluma Police Department was responding to assist. Out of the incidents that were involved, there was only 2 misdemeanors where the 40 millimeter launcher was used. The rest were felony incidents. And for the less lethal beanbag shotguns, there was 1 misdemeanor event in which that was deployed and showed force.
Okay, thanks.
I'd also just like to briefly add, and I think it was important that we highlighted the attendance of our independent police auditor tonight, is the fact that as we previously mentioned, all of our uses of force and all of our show of forces are currently being reviewed in their entirety by the auditor. So we are not only focused on the applications, the demonstration of our force options, but also the consistency and the reasonableness of those incidents in which we are even demonstrating the mere presence of a force option. And so, again, the auditor is reviewing those, we're providing feedback to our staff, and ultimately our goal with the majority of these pieces of equipment and the additional pieces of equipment that we're seeking tonight is to reach peaceful resolutions, allow officers increased safety and opportunities for de-escalation, time, and ultimately increase community safety. I'll maybe turn it over to you, Jeff, briefly, if you have a comment regarding show of force, but otherwise, those are the end of my remarks.
No, I think you've said it well, Brian, and really have nothing to add.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gator Thompson.
I just want to say the staff report was very comprehensive, and I appreciated that. I would like this not to be a consent calendar item next year. I think it should really come before the council for a discussion. And I actually had a lot of my questions answered. I was concerned about the drones, and those questions were answered, and that some of the drones are made so they can go in a house, and other ones are too big so they can't. And of course, I'm concerned about, future, whatever happens in this country, if that could be overturned and our police end up being part of the federal government. And you assured me that is not the case, and we hope that's not. And with that, I just want to thank you for the report because it was pretty comprehensive. It was easy to read, but there were some areas that I need questions on. And so thank you very much. I'm going to end it there.
Thank you. Couple of questions. So the drone purchases is a conversation for another day. Is this correct? Yes. Okay. And so it's policy for a time when we do have a drone in use, I guess. And that policy is due to have annual update. So as we learn from our use of it or learn from evolving other community standards, we can update annually?
Yes, we currently update our policies and procedures as legislation changes, and those policies such as 709, which was revised and brought back to council during this discussion. Drone would be no different. If it was amended or changed, it would be brought back before council.
Thank you. That's great. If we receive a mutual aid call for support, or if we make a call for support, those both types of incidents get reported in the annual report. If we use a piece of equipment we don't currently own, we would have to add it in as a category?
We would add it in probably the text that the device was used or the equipment was used in our city at our request. But in terms of our equipment, it wouldn't be listed as our inventory or our item used.
We also, if you may recall, earlier this year, as Lieutenant McGowan indicated, we had a elderly individual that reported missing for multiple days. And so in that specific incident, we used our mutual aid policy. We requested assistance from the Sonoma County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team. They deployed and used their drone program and conducted a grid search that provided mapping. It identified the areas that had been searched. And then following that use, while it's not a piece of equipment that we have listed here as it's not possessed or owned by us, but we did do a council notification, and we continue to follow that process of within a reasonable time frame notifying council of any equipment that's not currently authorized to ensure compliance. And we also ensure that the agency that we've requested from has a current active governing body approval and authorization to possess and utilize that equipment, which this agency did.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Shrib?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned two sets of policies governing the drones and the robots several times, and I believe they are attached in the agendas. And I went through them, and they look pretty good. And the policies looks like usually, I think, suspect they're probably statewide and used and pretty broad in their usage and pretty defined in how to use them and when not to use them. So the question I would have is, do we have a similar policy for civilian drones? And do we have a problem here in town with any civilian drones that are being used inappropriately?
We currently do not have a policy regarding civilian drones. However, we do respond to calls for service where community members have called in regarding a drone in their yard or over their house. But that's not something that's regulated by our policies.
Right, so
And
yep.
if I could add, Councilmember, that's also a pretty strong preemption area by the FAA. Local governments don't really have much authority for drone regulation. There are some exceptions, but it's mostly regulated by the federal government.
Right. There's policies both at state, federal, and at city levels for uses around parks and around wildlife. Sometimes I know the privacy and things, but I think even there are cities with drone policies around parks just for protection of wildlife and the like. So I was just wondering, I was just asking a question, is there enough complaints or anything that we might have a need for anything like setting up a policy, or are we're pretty good here in town?
Sure. From my experience, and drones has been an evolution. I think we've had a few complaints early on years ago when there was a lack of community awareness to them. I think there was concerns, but now with the number of people that have recreational drones, I think they've been more commonly accepted. I do recall, it's been a number of years again, some concerns about drones operating in proximity to the airport, and we've worked with the airport manager to try to locate individuals and counsel them about some of those dangerous behaviors and the impacts of that. But otherwise, generally speaking, I can't think of the last complaint that we've had, nor any complaints with regularity that at this time I would feel the need that we'd need to seek a consideration of maybe an ordinance regarding something of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll refer to the title about annual military equipment used by our police rather than far-ranging other. This is a public hearing, and I'd like to invite public comment at this time. I have several cards present, and I'd like the moderator to read our introduction statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, this public hearing item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. Members will be muted when their comments have concluded and when their time is expired. And members of the public that have not yet brought their comment cards to the city clerk, please do so now. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. Thank you. And we currently have 2 hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I have three cards here, a total of 5 speakers interested this evening. So I'd like to start with our in-house public. And so first off, we'll have Nina Zito, to be followed by Ellen Obsler.
I'm going to test this out. Is this better?
The tip can bend down. Yeah.
Okay. Don't start the clock. Is this better? Too loud, too soft? Wow, this is precedent setting. This is huge. This is really big. I'm not surprised that Petaluma is at the forefront, even though other agencies have done it. This is huge. And I'd like us to be prospective. Can't hear me. Okay, maybe. Okay, is this better? Thank you. Let's start the clock now, maybe. And what I'd said was, this is precedent setting, and I'm not surprised that Petaluma is looking at this thoughtfully and carefully. I'm really glad that we're doing so because so much is at stake, and it's not long until the pictures that we're taking for public safety and officer safety, and we're concerned about the elderly individual in the ravine. That device is perhaps bringing a warhead to a backyard to defend us, or maybe to come after someone whose politics you disagree with. These things are real. Here's just when we're embracing a technology that is developing as we are getting used to it, questions arise. Are we going to have a dedicated team, on the ground? How just the logistics of this are quite complicated. It makes me wonder just how much can we define prospectively while we're analyzing it. It really, we can't just kind of invent it as we go. One point that I'll conclude with, and it may seem like a small matter, but for those of us preoccupied with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it came up earlier, I'm sorry, I'm going to take exception, even though the Department of Defense talks about unmanned vehicles. There's a linguistics component here, and it is entirely appropriate to talk about a remotely operated vehicle, an unmanned device. There's a linguistics thing here. And we're talking about men and women, and you guys can groan while you're manspreading, but to my point, men are not operating this. You probably have women operating them too. Gendering this technology of warfare, which is how it began, is inappropriate. This is a tool that will help us see, perhaps save lives, deliver mutual aid, and let's call it a remotely operated something, but we don't have to call it unmanned, do we? Just a little sidebar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point taken. Language matters. Ellen Obstler, to be followed by Peter Cherniff.
That's a great point. First, I'd like to thank Chief Savano and the Police Department for including more complete data in your report, and city staff for the additional information in your report on this agenda item, and council for having this discussion. I agree with Vice Mayor that the legislature contemplated governing bodies annually reviewing military equipment policies on the regular calendar by specifying that reviews be at a regular meeting and any decisions made be based on meaningful public input. I also want to remind the council about why the legislature enacted AB 481. In its findings, the legislature declared the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public's safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risks to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurment of significant financial costs. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risks and impacts of police militarization are experienced most acutely in marginalized communities. I hope the council will keep this in mind, especially when deciding whether to reauthorize the police department's use of the 2 armored personnel carriers. From June 2022 to June 2023, the police department used them 4 times and only once for a non-training or display purpose. Is this equipment really necessary in light of the risk to psychological well-being the legislator found it could cause to community members? And speaking of psychological well-being, it's hard to imagine a near future when police drones are flying above us when we're out in the community. Just last week, the ACLU published a report about how police use of drones impacts Fourth Amendment and privacy rights. Quoting the author of the report, drone surveillance will be sold as increasing security, as it has been here, but a full definition of that word should incorporate the sense of safety and well-being that people want to feel when they're in their homes and communities. Persistent surveillance can undermine that kind of security. If the council does authorize the police request to purchase the drones, I hope, at the very least at the start, the council severely limits their use by the police and adds to policy 613 recommendations from the authors of the ACLU's report, including, first, limiting drone use to emergencies and serious police calls, and 2, strictly limiting when drones may record and how the images are shared and retained. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our last in-house speaker is Peter Cherniff. Then we'll go to Zoom.
Okay, I was listening, and it caught my attention right away when the one officer mentioned unweaponized weapons. And I looked at it when he said that. Except the problem is it said UN in capital letters. That's United Nations weaponized. And the United Nations agenda is counter to the U.S. Constitution. And the United Nations is verifiably one of the biggest traffickers of women and children in the world. I could give you a lot of ways to look this up, but I'll just give you one. Just look up Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney grills Dennis Rumsfeld on DynCorp. And she was hardcore and probably the most powerful woman ever in D.C. I want to tell you that I do support Chief Savano. I support the CSPOA, the Constitutional Sheriff's Peace Officers Association, and our U.S. Constitution, which is virtually under martial law and has been since 1947. Since the 1960s, satellites could read the time off of your wristwatch. So why are we buying more toys? Who's making the money off this? Psychotronic weapons, as designated by SSU's 50-page report on electric weaponry report, which I told you once before by Peter Phillips and Project Censored, is worth a look-see. Ted Gunderson, Google Ted Gunderson on tasers. Half of law enforcement are veterans. How many vets are homeless or in prison for drugs like heroin, which Jerry Brown and company, being the CIA, have been bringing into this state of California for the last 60 years? And this is not a maybe. Many cartels in this country and California are armed to the teeth. So law enforcement needs appropriate support. Yet is it possibly true that many of these cartels and motorcycle clubs and car clubs, members statewide and nationwide, have very much more in common with law enforcement, including a large percentage of American veterans? And knowing that we are in a state of war in America, and all wars are based on bankers' deceptions for profit, and always have been. And the people, the public, the veterans, law enforcement, the workers have been bullied to death, literally to death. I am Peter, and I am asking, I'm tasking, I'm commanding, I'm praying. Let's bring this all together and general strike this insanity into submission, which will free statesmen and stateswomen to do the right thing, and will also free law enforcement to operate under the U.S. Constitution for the first time ever. I say it, you hear it, it is so, it is done.
Thank you. Let's see what our Zoom audience has, and I think we may have one more after that in-house.
Okay, our first speaker is ZG, followed by Mordecai Browning. ZG, you may unmute and begin your comments now.
Hi, yes, good evening. There is a concern about the report. Again, I think Councilmember Posake brought it up. Regardless if it's out of, city limits, I think everyone needs to be deserved and served proper customer service, even if they are out of town. But that number of demographics, it's highly alarming, especially given that there was a racial report done in terms of traffic stops. And again, our Black residents are the ones that had a higher percentage of being stopped by PPD. Another thing is, what is our oversight? When was that announced that they were going to continue to do reporting? Because so far we haven't heard anything in terms of, I know their ongoing feedback, but I'm hoping that they take specifically about the drone situation, Sebastopol's policy. I think they have done a really great job in implementing policies that oversight drones. And then lastly is, if you want to have a mutual aid clause. You do have that power to do so in this policy, even though it's not required, but you can put coordination with other jurisdictions. Military equipment should not be used by any other law enforcement agency or member in this jurisdiction unless the military equipment is approved for use in accordance with this policy. So again, you all have this opportunity to change the policy, approve the policy, modify the policy. And another reason why, and we're still waiting for, which is our ad hoc committee and oversight civilian hybrid, in this instance, they would be the ones who would be, obviously doing their homework and preparing you all for this. So I'm hoping that that would be another step that you look forward to. So that way it's not on the consent calendar and you do have at least a body of community members doing this type of work. Because, while we get kudos from the independent auditor, kudos from our Chief Savano, no complaints, just because there isn't any complaint doesn't mean that there is, we need oversight, we need transparency, and we need community voices. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mordecai Browning. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the additional information provided in the report, as I believe the more transparency we have, the better. I am a member of CORE, which is a local group called Communities Organized Against Racism. I did want to express my concerns regarding the over-militarization of law enforcement in communities, the impact on community members, particularly BIPOC and other marginalized folks. So when it comes to drones and robots, I do have some concerns. I think that there needs to be a balance between the desire for using potential technologies for public safety efforts and the civil rights, civil liberties, and privacy of community members. And so I would like to see the Sonoma chapter of the ACLU utilized like they did in Sebastopol in crafting appropriate policies and ordinances for the use of drones and robots and other additional military equipment. In terms of what's already been stated, I also am concerned about the overrepresentation of Black folks in the data. And I know that it's most local law enforcement have stated whenever there's a discrepancy, they've always stated that it is from out-of-towners without being able to back that up with any actual data. So I would like that to be continued to be monitored and looked at and potentially figure out a way that we can extrapolate that data because I think it's really important to pay attention to that and not just dismiss it with things that are just like hypotheses with no evidence backing that up. Thank you so much.
And that is the last hand raised in the virtual audience, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's bring it back in-house. We have one more card from John Hanania.
There is big difference between use and abuse. I think if the police department gonna use anything to prevent the harm to a police dog or to a police officer or the person who might be in trouble by using a drone or unmanned vehicle, I think they should be able to do that because there's a safety issue here. What happens if they send a dog? Is it okay if the criminal killed the dog? What happens if they send a police officer and the guy is just shooting at the police officer? So you need to take the safety in consideration. But one of the most important things that I want to mention here, you guys claim that you listen to the community. And it was said on July 10th that we listen to the community. So if you do listen, and you really listen, how many times that was brought to your attention and it was being asked from you about the civilian oversight? Why aren't you giving the public a date? Why aren't you saying, okay, this need to be done by this date? Mr. Posake, how many times I spoke to you about this? Several times. okay? I'm not trying to single you out, but out of everybody sitting there, I met with you many times, and I thank you for that. And I have very great conversation with you. And this civilian oversight's supposed to be done, how long ago? Almost 2 years ago? But you guys, some of you get upset when I sit here, or I stand before you, and I say, all you do, you talk and talk and talk. Why can't I hear from you tonight, when is this civilian oversight is gonna be completed? Thank you.
Thank you, and that closes public comment on this, and I'd like to bring it back up to council. Any last comments? And lacking comment, Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce the ordinance on this item.
And can I ask staff one question? I believe there are 3 actions total on this, and are you proposing one of the actions?
No,
or
I'll move all 3, thank you.
And move, and is that an acceptable process? All 3, good. And did I see Councilmember Shribs, your hands was up on this? So second from Shribs, and comment from Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I appreciate the additional data disaggregation in the report. I agree while it's just a snapshot, the sort of disproportionate representation of minorities in the data is something that caught my eye. So in the future years, please show prior years too, so we start to see trends, and it'll help us to, again, continue to provide more transparency. And then I appreciated the comment about unmanned from the public commenter. I'm wondering if we could just, as a sweeping amendment to the policy, just change it to remotely operated instead of unmanned. Would that greatly change the policy itself?
Councilmember Barnacle, it's obviously preferable to have the gender neutral language, but the problem is the state law uses that term too. So we don't want to have, and it's a defined term, so we can look at that. Maybe there's a way we can do some
That's fine.
surgery.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I recognize that it's preferable, though clearly it is. Thanks.
Okay, good then. I just want to note that I think AB 481 is a real step forward in policing and in transparency with the public. I appreciate what's going on with our independent police auditor, and can't wait for committee to form and report out, actually. But I want to commend the staff for their openness to the public comments and revisions since our last meeting. I think constant refinement is the key. We're in touch with the community all the time, listening to it, asking for comment, and apparently incorporating that into policy and action. I think our police department is performing stellarly in this regard. So with that, the clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
And can you repeat the motion for me? That was a first by Healy, and who was the second?
Second was by Shribs.
Thank you so much. And roll call vote is Barnacle,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes?
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and Tribs.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the staff for the fine presentation tonight. We'll move to item 14, which is, and I'll allow staff to change chairs, I guess is what we're calling that here. So it's a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit comments of the Petaluma City Council to the presiding judge of the Sonoma County Superior Court concerning the findings and recommendations of the Sonoma County Civil Grand Jury 2023 report entitled Outsourcing Petaluma Planning Department, in accordance with California Penal Code Sections 933 and 933.06. And tonight, to help us with this topic, we have our Community Development Director, Brian O. Welcome, and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. I hope everyone's staying nice and cool, making sure everyone is sipping water and just staying hydrated this evening. Appreciate the patience this evening. So, Mr. Mayor, members of our city council, as well as community members, both in person and over Zoom, we appreciate the opportunity to be responsive to the civil grand jury findings and report. Again, my name is Brian O, your Director of Community Development. I'm also joined this evening by our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran, City Attorney Eric Danley, as well as our Special Projects Manager, Heather Hines, sitting beside me this evening. And I appreciate Patrick for controlling the PowerPoint presentation this evening. Next slide. So the purpose of this evening for City Council is to receive the staff presentation and recommended responses, as well as consider a resolution authorizing the City Council response to the civil grand jury report. And so you will find not just the staff report in the packet. Attachment 1 is the resolution. Attachment 2 and 3 are the actual responses. So attachment 2 is essentially the cover letter, and then the response in its entirety can be found within attachment 3. The report is also posted as attachment 4. Next slide. And so essentially tracking with the staff report, wanted to really start the conversation here and presentation with a little bit of information about our planning process. It is a planning process that is very similar to other jurisdictions, not just in Sonoma County, but also across the state of California. And it is, firmly centered around community need and comments and the public engagement process that unfolds with a number of our planning processes. And so the staff report does a sort of walkthrough of how we process development applications. So I'll talk a little bit about that, as well as how we regulate and process those applications, and that is largely through state law, as well as our local land use regulations adopted and implemented by the City Council. And then the funding structure, typical to many jurisdictions, when a development application comes through our counter, it is processed on a cost recovery, so that really ensures that preservation of our general funds for critical and core services that are not born out of a development application. And so the chart on the right is small, by design. So I urge you to not take a hard look at it, but essentially it's a typical planning process, but really, wanted to highlight that this is, not just a community-driven process, but there is not one sole person, not one sole entity that controls the process. It very much is, as our city manager likes to say, it's people-powered Petaluma. And so, we here, not just as city staff, but as the elected officials, are here to represent the community and those community needs. And so all of that to say, land use and planning, yes, complicated, but ultimately it's something that is largely led and directed by what we're hearing on the ground. And so that's something that we continue to refine, and we're always looking to strive for increase in transparency for a number of really good reasons. And so just real quick, touching on how and why we process development applications. private property rights should a project proponent come and propose an application. We are duty bound to process those applications. And so many of those applications, many of those projects, many of those sites, stir controversy, stir discourse within the community, but ultimately it is our job as city staff to take that application, look at it through the lens of the policies, such as the general plan, various specific plan and policies, as well as our zoning code. And so, those are all the ingredients that we, as staff, take that ultimately goes into those recommendations and what comes before not just city council, but various advisory bodies, as well as community groups as well through the public engagement process. Patrick, next slide, please. And so the staff report also does a bit of a deep dive into our service model. And so, we're a few months here removed from the this upcoming fiscal year budget discussion. We are a full service city that delivers core services with a budget of $330 million. In order for us to ensure fiscal health and optimal city service delivery, it's very much a hybrid workforce model. And so we have a number of city staff that are complemented by our various contractors and consultants that are contracted through the city to represent the city on a number of different initiatives and city services. And then finally, there are a number of checks and balances, written within each of those contracts. And so those are identified as performance standards. And so long as, and that's really the barometer of how we measure success, how we start to think about cost benefit is, we've identified a process, it's a hybrid workforce, and we can measure the performance and the success and the cost benefit on those standards. And so the topic of conversation for this evening is one of those contracts. And so Patrick, next slide, please. And so just one other point on conflicts of interest. This is something that myself, Heather Hines, sitting beside me, our public elected officials, this is something that applies across the board. All city employees and contractors acting on the behalf of the city go through an annual exercise and process, check and balance to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest. And this is done through public disclosures of any potential economic conflicts that may arise with any one individual. Next slide. And so the report found as attachment 4 concludes that there is no conflict of interest in utilizing M Group with their staffing as well as the services and expertise that they provide as part of the city's hybrid workforce model. And the report also identifies 7 findings, which we will go through in detail in a moment, as well as a set of 6 recommendations for City Council to consider. Again, staff has prepared as attachment 3 set of recommendations on how to be responsive for your consideration. Patrick, next slide. Okay, so finding number 1, it's also identified in the report as F1. The city has continued to contract with M Group for the past 14 years and has failed to conduct a formal performance review, cost-benefit analysis, and new RFP to determine if the level of cost can be improved. And so staff recommends and finds that the response here is to partially disagree. There is some analysis in both the staff report and also goes in even more detail in the proposed response for attachment 14. It is correct that the city of Petaluma, for a number of reasons, has had a successful track record over those past 14 years to have this hybrid workforce model. And we also disagree. However, we do disagree with the finding that we have failed to conduct a formal performance review, cost-benefit analysis, or a new RFP to determine if the level of cost can be improved. And so with each contract, so the contract initially was created back in 2009 under very different economic circumstances and needs from the community and the city council. And so since then, it has come before city council, gone through this process to essentially create a new contract, continue those services based on the performance and the need that had been identified at that time. And so that was 2013 as well as 2018 most recently. And with each budget review and exercise, there's also a cost and benefit analysis. And so the Appendix A of Attachment 3 identifies the most recent cost analysis done by our finance department and by the city that reaffirms the benefits as well as provides some detail in the decision-making that staff has done to move forward with the current model in place. And so what that really found essentially was 24% cost savings purely from a cost perspective. And each and every time there is, regular meetings. I've been now with the city going on 9 months at the end of this month. But we do have regular meetings, checking in on progress on a whole host of policies and initiatives, not just city council goals and priorities, but also being responsive to different state legislation that may come, being responsive to different needs that our colleagues in different departments, whether it's from a CEQA perspective or looking to support discussions around rent stabilization. This model has allowed us to do that and be flexible and be responsive, not just to the city council, but to the residents and the community members here in Petaluma. And so for all of those factors going into the decision-making, staff does recommend that the response here for finding 1 is to disagree partially. Finding number 2, the amount of money flowing from the city to M Group has increased over the life of the contracts due to the increase in development activity and M Group's rate increases. The city has failed to provide a cost-benefit analysis justifying the continuing issuance of contracts. And so we, again, provide a little bit more detail there, but much of the response and the reasoning as a response for this finding can also be found in our response for finding number 1. For finding number 3, city has failed to conduct a cost-benefit analysis to determine if base level services could be filled with city employees and reduce overall costs. Again, this is part and parcel to the cost-benefit analysis that goes in to each and every one of the budget discussions and deliberations, as well as at the conclusion of each of the contracts that we have between the city and M Group. And so staff here recommends the response disagree wholly. Finding number 4, the city of Petaluma recently hired a director of community development, demonstrating an interest in increasing oversight. However, the city has failed to consider hiring FTE employees in base level services and positions. Staff recommends to disagree partially. It is accurate that the city went through a process with the direction of City Council to essentially reconstitute our community development department. And so I have the opportunity to and the honor to help lead and shape that department. And so, yes, that is accurate. We also disagree partially to this response in that the city has not failed to consider hiring FTE employees. Again, this is goes into each of the budgeting conversations each year. And so that is something that has been considered, will continue to be considered as we move forward with this hybrid workforce model. Finding number 5, the city has failed to require M Group employees working in the planning department to wear identifying badges or logos that would inform the public that they are interacting with contractors and not city employees. Hopefully this is a quick response here. We disagree wholly. Each one of our staff members, whether you are a city employee or providing services through a contract, it clearly identifies in each and every one of our identification badges. For example, ours identifies both of us, both as part of the community development department, but also any of our contractors hired through with M Group have that identifier on their badges as well. So again, we disagree wholly with that. And then the final 2 findings, 6 and 7, the city has failed to require M Group employees working in the planning department to include the M Group logo or company name in their email signatures. And the city has failed to, the transcript is, the city has failed to identify persons on the website as M Group employees. And so staff recommends that council consider these findings to be accurate. I do think it's worth mentioning here, as we're working to build a diverse workforce, we're working to build a culture and workplace that is inviting and welcoming. I think one of the reasons that we had, really looked into unifying the city staff and how we identify is for that reason. Whether it's a staff member that is representing the city or a city employee, we want to make sure everyone feels included and part of this city workforce that is growing and so engaged and interested to pursue the different city council goals and policies and just working for the community here in Petaluma. Roughly half of our staff members that are contracted through M Group live, work, and play in Sonoma County. A number of them also live in the city of Petaluma. And so we are aware of some of the comments and criticisms about this fact, but it's just not accurate how it is being portrayed. But also, this is something, in the for the sake of transparency, if this is something that helps clarify our planning process, it is something that is easy enough to do. It's something that we have already incorporated for our responses here on both the email signatures as well as additional information on our website. And we'll continue to broadcast that as well. Patrick, next slide, please. And so the report concludes 6 recommendations for City Council and the City of Petaluma to consider. Staff here has outlined proposed responses. Recommendation number 1, by the end of this calendar year, the city completes a cost-benefit analysis of using a private firm versus employees to staff the planning department. Again, just quickly mentioning, this has been implemented. It's something that is typical to the decision-making process as part of budgeting and ensuring city services and working with the community. And so that's something we will absolutely continue to do, and we have done. Recommendation number 2 has not yet been implemented, and we will implement. The caveat here, so by no later than March 2024, the city opens an RFP for planning service and considers a combination of city employees and private contractors to staff the planning department. I started this presentation, sort of conceding the environment back in 2009 is different. We've evolved as a city, we've evolved as a practice, and the workforce and the practice that we have in place and that we're continuing to build here is working. There's a number of really exciting initiatives, everything from the comprehensive update to our general plan. We started that off with getting a new and updated housing element that was adopted and certified. This was also a housing element that was largely supported by our planning division. Recently awarded a YIMBY Law for Best Overall Planning or Housing Element. And so it's nice to get that recognition from the community and also that recognition statewide. And so we are currently in a active contract with M Group. And so the proposal here, typical to any contract that is meeting and exceeding the performance standards, meeting and exceeding everything that the contract identifies would be as the current contract gets set to expire, we would absolutely look at an RFP. And so that's something that at the start of 2026, we would be starting that process. The current contract is set to expire no later than July of 2026. Again, for a number of reasons just identified, staff has proposed to move forward with this response here for recommendation number 2. Recommendation number 3, 4, and 5 have been implemented. Again, these are existing practice, identification on the city badges. The email signatures now say M Group Consulting Planner on behalf of the City of Petaluma, as well as the update and the big refresh to, again, our ongoing update and rebuilding of Community Development Department. And so each of the staff listings are also identified as recommended here. And so those are 3 checkboxes right there. The final recommendation, by the end of this year, the city conducts a formal survey of the citizens of Petaluma to better understand their awareness and understanding of the outsourcing of the planning department and their experiences interacting with M Group employees. Proposed response, this has not yet been implemented, will not be implemented in this narrow recommendation because it is not reasonable. But one thing that we are looking, and the response here reflects this, is by the end of calendar year 2024, again, I mentioned we are an evolving workforce, evolving city. The needs are changing. The climate is changing. In order for us to be responsive, we need to, hear from the community, and we need to have a holistic look at the different various city needs, how we're delivering city services across all aspects. And so one thing that, as a response to this, by next calendar year, the city will embark on a ACS survey. This is, time-tested, data-driven approach to really engaging with a good sample, an accurate sample of our community. And so we're looking forward to starting that process and report back on those findings. And final slide, Patrick. And so this is us. We are joined here both virtually and in person with this reconstituted community development department. This is everything from our building division, and so health and safety of our structures, to the enforcement of our codes, working to preserve our neighborhoods, and the different regulations that govern health and safety of our communities. And so that's led by our chief building official joining us virtually. Karen Shimizu's our lead housing extraordinaire and our lead manager on both affordable housing and homeless services. And then also joined virtually Andrew Triple, our planning manager. And you see the qualifiers there, M Group Consulting Planner. And I'm also joined here by Heather Hines, Special Projects Manager and Principal of M Group. And with that, Mayor, staff presentation concludes. Happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. Great report. It's never fun to be the center of attention of a grand jury report. I really appreciate what you brought to us. And I'm looking across the dais, Council Member Posake.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the report, and
you're going to need to
I'm
speak
generally in complete agreement with it. I just had one question about a minor concern in terms of the cost-benefit analysis, where the overhead costs are added for our employees, but not for the M Group. And again, this might be very minor, but it's hard for me to think that we don't provide them with paper or staples or something at some point along the line, or with IT consultation is in using our, so I'm just wondering about that.
Thank you, Council Member. So I believe we had a response posted. There's a question about overhead, but this is also a bit of ongoing discussion internally with the department on IT, and so we are very much, with regards to cybersecurity, really protective, rightfully so, of our infrastructure and our network, and so we have a standalone, we have a IT service that is built into the overhead for city staff costs, and so that's the Appendix A of Attachment 3 that you're referencing. M Group also has their own IT, and so that's something that they're communicating between those two, and so that's very much part of the calculation that went into the overhead costs.
I didn't know that. Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I'll save my comments for after public comment, of course. On recommendation 2, the grand jury recommended the city open an RFP for planning services, and then the word "and," which is key, considers a combination of city employees and private contractors to staff the planning department. And then looking at the draft response to R2, the second substantive sentence says the city has determined that an employee-only model would be more expensive and provide no higher level of service, which isn't really responsive to the grand jury's recommendation to consider a combination of private employees, city employees and private contractors in the planning department. But then in the immediate preceding sentence in the draft response to R2, it says the city will continue to consider the best combination of city employees and contractors to provide the best, most cost-effective service delivery for the Petaluma community. Do I take that to mean that it's cheaper to use private contractors, and that's kind of the end of the analysis?
Yes, you're correct. From a cost perspective, I think just the one nuance that you rightfully call out there in our response that we could look to clarify here this evening, there's nothing in the contract that, if there's a particular need or a particular structure, there is latitude within that contract to make sure that we're delivering services to the best of our ability, and being responsive to the needs. And so that's the beauty of the hybrid workforce, is as the need grows, whether it's adding staff for general plan updates, adding staff when there's an uptick in development application processing, we're able to do that. And so as the demand decreases, we're able to
Right.
respond
So,
accordingly.
I mean, I think what the grand jury was getting at was maybe we should consider full-time City of Petaluma employees for base level service demand, and then use contract workers for surge work or special projects. And it doesn't seem that our response encompasses that. Is there anything in the current contract with the M Group that would prohibit the city from hiring some in-house planners prior to mid-2026 to work in the planning department?
There's no such non-compete clause, essentially.
Okay, thank you. And then this is probably more a question for, well, there's no one from finance here, so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Assistant City Manager. Can you tell us what the current employee contribution rate for CalPERS is for miscellaneous employees? I think it's in the upper 20% range. Is that?
Are you asking, excuse me, are you asking about the city's contribution for those employees?
Yeah, just the employee contribution. I'm sorry, employer
The
contribution.
employer contribution, I want to say it's ballpark in the high teens, but it also depends on if they are a PEPRA member since 2013, or if they're a quote-unquote classic member. Those contribution rates are different.
Okay. I thought it was higher, but that's okay.
Yeah, it may be close to 20 now. Yeah.
Well, it just strikes me that we got this table showing the cost savings of using the M Group versus in-house, and it calculated 24% per year, which it looks to me, based on that response, is basically depriving our planning department employees of pension benefits. So creating basically second-class employees within our planning department. So I'll leave that now, but I'll come back and comment on it later. So that's a concern for me. Thank you.
And if I could just follow up on actually the prior question from Councilmember Healy. So just to add on to Brian O's response a little bit, I think partially what we were contemplating with the response that we did put in from the city is that we are And we're actively in the process and will continue to be in the process of looking at where it does make sense to add full-time staff in the overall community development department, including staff that may support the planning function. We will continue to do that. So just for example, even on tonight's agenda, in one of the consent calendar items, there was, I believe, an administrative assistant that was on the agenda, as well as a management analyst. So those are going to be kind of department-wide positions that were approved in the budget to assist the community development department. And so that's partially what we were intending with the response, is that we will continue to look. They may not be planners as a specific job class, or they may be, depending on the needs of the department. But that's part of what Brian will be working on as he continues to rebuild the department, is really what does that employee mix need to look like in the future.
Okay, let me follow up on that briefly. I'm a little bit struck by the continued use of the word hybrid, because it looks to me like our planning department is not hybrid at all. It's 100% contract employees, and we have other groups within community development who report to you, Mr. O, building inspectors and so forth, housing, who are city employees. So I guess you could look at your overall department and say it's blended, but to call the planning department blended is inaccurate in my view. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle?
One question, on F2, it says that we wholly disagree, but I think there's two sentences there. I think the first sentence is accurate, and the second sentence is what we disagree with. And I'm just wondering if there's a reason why we might want to put wholly disagree instead of partially disagree. Because it says the amount of money flowing from the city to the M Group has increased over the life of the contracts due to increase in development activity and the M Group's rate increases, which I think is a true statement. And then the second piece, the city has failed to provide a cost-benefit analysis. I think that's what we wholly disagree with. So maybe just, I guess that's a comment, but I thought I would phrase it as a question in case there was a reason why we wholly disagreed with it, I guess.
So I think at the request of City Council, I mean, if that's something that we need to make more accurate or be more responsive to this in particular, we can take a look at that and amending it.
I think as we proceed, I'm probably going to ask the initiating council person to suggest language that would satisfy their concern, Councilmember Healy there, or in this one, even as simple as saying the council wholly disagrees with this finding while the city, while the costs have gone up every year, paraphrasing that first finding, comma, the city has repeatedly conducted, that might be sufficient for council consent on this.
Council, if I may, there's another nuance there, and maybe I don't know what the best way to address it, but it's not only because of increased development activity and rate increases. That's not all that's reflected in the level of activity and the charges. It's also that we've asked them to do more things. It didn't used to be that we used with this, we did, for example, CEQA work for other departments, including Public Works and Parks, with the city planning team. That used to be other consultants that did that. And we've seen benefits, a lot of benefits from that in terms of compliance and less legal exposure, and also more internal coordination. There's also been the regulatory activity that we list in the response. That's really driven by council priorities. That's not development activity per se. It might be in response to it, but our work on responding to climate change through electrification, through gas station bans, there's been a real ramp up of activity that's not due to rate increases and quote unquote development activity. Thank you.
I can see that when we get to the finish line, we'll be trying to craft language on these as we go in the comment arena when we come back to council for comment arena. Did I see a question down at this end? Yes, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, as There's been a couple of folks that said, other cities have a smaller planning departments. Why do we have this many people within the M Group supporting us, or how many folks are we actually supporting? And some folks are not quite sure who the M Group is and what they actually do, and how it actually operates as compared to a city staff. I know we have listings of the positions in the report. So it might be a good idea at this point for have the M Group, a description of what is the M Group, who are they, and what do you do not only for us, but maybe from other cities that you service, what do you bring to us? A little description there of how the M Group operates. It'd be nice just to have that out in the open.
You're asking for 25 words or less who the consulting firm is? Okay.
Yes, a brief overview might be nice for the folks that are listening here tonight and online.
And we should flag, though, that's technically, interestingly, we weren't asked that question by the grand jury, and we provide a lot of information to try to contextualize the relatively brief things they did ask us. So yeah, I think that's another thing that can help, as Councilmember Shribs said, sort of help inform the public, which is what we really tried to do in the response we drafted for the council. So that's another good way to expand the information that we're sharing. So thanks.
Mayor, would you
Please.
like me to? Sure. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Heather Hines. I am a principal with M Group. We are a private consulting firm, planning consulting firm, Bay Area focused. We have offices in Santa Rosa. One of our offices is in Santa Rosa, so we are in the North Bay. We work entirely, or 99% of the time, we work for public agencies. Every once in a while, we will do something for an affordable housing provider, a school district, those kind of clients, but we do not work for private developers. We are not developers, we are planners. We have a variety of service areas, including staffing, including advanced planning or policy planning, environmental review, urban design, community engagement. So that's what we do. That's who we are. That's where we're located. We are about between 45 and 50 planners. We do have specialties that we have brought on board for the needs of Petaluma. So a little bit in terms of not everyone is here full time. In Petaluma, part of that is intentional because you don't necessarily need a 40-hour-a-week public art specialist, but we heard loud and clear that that was a really important thing to Petaluma, so we did bring on a public art specialist. Similarly with historic preservation, we have somebody that has that specialty. We have environmental planners, we have policy planners, we have a very fluid employee based in terms of we offer different options for our employees so that you don't have to work full time to be part of our team and fully benefited. And we do that on purpose. Part of that was we have a lot of moms who want to work when their kids are young and don't necessarily want to work full time. So that was something, I know that was really important to me when I came on board because I had young children at the time. We work for basically in all counties in the Bay Area in a variety of ways. So there are a couple jurisdictions where we do full service like Petaluma or have. Most jurisdictions we come on to supplement either a big project or staff, kind of a dip in a jurisdiction staff, and they call us and ask us for help, or can you help us with our housing element, or can you help us with our specific plan, or can you help us with environmental review? So it's a variety of tasks. Petaluma is a unique client for us in that we are their planning division. We work very closely with the city team in everything we do in Petaluma. Is that enough or more questions?
Since what you just said is that we may be your largest client, for the largest number of people in your company are working for the city of Petaluma as compared to other cities. What I'm trying to get at is there's other cities that also use these services similarly, and that there's expertise with 40 people on board that's much larger than any other planning department around. The level of expertise that you may have that you're able to share from city to city, and yet you're providing these services not just to us, but there's
Correct.
several other cities that are providing all these services at the same time. So I want to just get at the expanse of the business of what you do and all the level of services you're being provided for multiple cities and counties, I assume. So I just wanted to get a feel for that because that's not quite clear to everyone.
That is accurate. Obviously, we don't have all 40, 45 of our planners working in Petaluma. We are able to ramp up as needed, ramp down when needed. Yes, we have a, one of the things I love about M Group and working with M Group is we have a good breadth of knowledge between what's going on in different jurisdictions. So when there's something that's sticky or, hey, when we said, hey, has anyone done a fossil fuel gas ban? The answer was no, but it sure then we got, other employees or other clients and contacting us to talk about what'd you do or how'd you do that or how did you think about this or we do a variety of services across the Bay Area.
Okay, and then maybe a little tougher question. Let's reverse the review here a little bit, and let's talk about how does M Group feel about Petaluma and what we're doing here and the type of support you're giving to us and what you're trying to do for us. Your review of us a little bit as to what's really important from your perspective as a contractor working with us and what we're trying to do here and how that compares to the other cities that you're responding to. Because I'm suspecting we're special here, and I want to get that brought out.
I've been here for, I think this is my 14th year with the city. The entire time with M Group. So Petaluma has a special place in my heart, and I've been here a long time. One of the things that I think has been special and important in our work here is that we have worked with many different councils to city managers, and so we've seen a lot of change and a lot of different community priorities that come up, and we've been able to be part of that team. So that, to me and to my team, that has been a real pleasure and something that we have, I believe, flexed and pivoted to make sure that we are responding to the needs of the community and the changing needs of the city council. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that over the last 14 years. I would hope that we can continue to do that. I think we have built very strong relationships with many groups and members of the community, and that has been wonderful and a special part of being part of this community.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Throughout the whole state, budgets are tighter. And what is the trend with all planning departments? Is there a trend to, and I'll use the word hybrid, I think, if 3 people are a hybrid and then you have contractors, that's a hybrid. What is the trend for not just Petaluma, but for the Greater Bay Area and the entire state?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I think it really varies. I will say the I think for a lot of reasons, particularly post-pandemic, I think there's more options when we think about retaining and recruiting the best. we have to be mindful of, a changing environment. We have across the globe people that work remote are starting to put benefit and weight on their ability to be much more flexible in how they go about their days, and that's an attractive thing. And so that's even when we are recruiting for city staff, I mean, that's a big benefit that we're always trying to amplify, whether it's paid family leave or the ability to telework and telecommute. These are big draws, and so it is a changing workforce. I do think, as the needs are starting to be, are starting to expand more, state laws that are, prompting us to be, very quick and responsive to not only adopt local policies, but to process development applications on very strict timelines. The need to look at a hybrid model, I think everyone's starting to look at it. I don't have a, clear number, but it's definitely, as Heather pointed out, there's a number of jurisdictions in the Bay Area, before taking this job, before landing with the County of Sonoma, I worked down in San Mateo. And so that was, again, a typical model where you're balancing city staff, city resources, city budget with contractors, not just for city planning, but different city departments.
If I could also piggyback on that to help answer that. The other thing we're seeing is the complexity has just gone through the roof. And there's a lot of pivoting that our city staff community is doing to try to deal with that. The City Attorney's Department of the California League of Cities, we've started doing housing practicums that the member cities attorneys attend, led by housing experts, where we pool knowledge and have discussions about the Housing Accountability Act and how we're responding to that, and it's such a rapidly evolving, and the stakes are high. Things like the builder's remedy, as deemed approved provisions in statutes that if the deadlines get blown, the agency's decision-making discretion is negated. Those are really high-stakes issues, and for brand-new laws that haven't been construed by the courts, it's a real challenge. And you couple that with RHNA numbers and mandates to provide affordable housings, and in built-out cities like Petaluma, where we're talking infill projects, those generate controversy and sort of pinpoint competing interests, which I think we see reflected in some of the comments we've seen, and possibly, I think, the initial complaints to the grand jury that led to all this discussion. But so those are real features that we're certainly having to deal with as a planning function, as a city team, as a city, and we're definitely not alone in having to navigate that. Thanks.
I appreciate all those comments, because you have to be really mindful of the city finances and where we really want to go. And it just seems, I don't want to go back to the 70s, 80s, or 90s. I'm looking into the future. And we were forced to go into this type of a model back in 2008. And so I think with the hiring of Brian O. and other staff that we did tonight, I think we are rebuilding a planning department, but it's not going to look like it used to look. And I kind of like the hybrid model. When you need experts, you get the expert for those issues, because it's really hard to keep on top of everything. So I think the report is good, and I really appreciate the work that everybody does. And people don't realize how much work city staff does, and it's across the board. When I was in the police station, everybody's working. Nobody's standing around shooting the bull. They're all sitting at a desk doing something. And it's the same as when I come into City Hall or any other departments. So I think it's really important that we recognize that this is the future, and we were forced into it, and now we can be a model. for how it can be done. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Now.
I'd like to piggyback off of Councilmember Shrib's asking what does the M group stand for? What is it? And one of the things that came to me recently from the public was a very controversial topic in Petaluma by the whole community, and that was our public art installation of the Fine Balance, the bathtub art downtown. And when we have someone like the M Group, who we would hire as an public art specialist, even if we had an in-house planning department, I'm not sure how to ask this without stepping on toes. We are very passionate in Petaluma about things like buildings and art and public art and how we feel about the historic value of our town. So the public that spoke to me felt that they weren't being heard, and they were concerned that maybe it was because the consultants weren't from Petaluma. How many of the M Group employees actually live in Petaluma and they have children that go to school here? What is the actual number?
Yeah,
I think maybe,
Is that-
Councilmember, if I could just, when we think about,
excuse me for 1 second. Let me just ask the attorney to weigh in on a point of the question. Is this an area that we should be delving into and vetting out the M Group employees on?
I'd like, if I could, I'd like to try to start to answer that question by framing it a little differently.
Okay, thank you.
And it's in a way that I think we saw as being an issue a little while ago, doesn't seem that long ago, when we had a lot of real strong public debate about telecommunications regulations. We're seeing it now in relation to the downtown hotel application. And I think, and we saw it in regard to the Fine Balance. And I'd like to raise the issue and frankly make a pitch for the importance of making a distinction between the work that we do as staff and what guides that work, and with respect to projects, development projects, with respect to things like selection and placement of public art, and what guides that in terms of our policies and our decision makers, and distinguish that from the work. So it's Heather's job and the M Group's job, and it's Brian's job, and it's my job as the city attorney to, in response to the council's direction, in support of the other decision-making bodies that the council has established, like the Planning Commission, to implement the council's policies, our existing regulations, local regulations, federal and state law, and to bring those forward for decision. Sometimes, and not infrequently in Petaluma, again, we're a built-out community. There's wonderful assets the community has that people love and are really committed to preserving. But we also have mandates to grow and to provide housing. We have a shelterless population we need to address and provide service for. We have these competing interests and finite resources. And one of the reasons why we took the approach that we did in preparing this draft response to the grand jury for the council was to provide a lot more information than we were requested to provide to help create a better understanding in the community of how we work as a city. And one of the key distinctions I think we need to make is between projects that may be brought to us by private developers or by subordinate bodies like, the Public Art Commission's support for the fine balance because it was they who opted to support it and it was they who chose where to place it. And the staff work that's implementing those things, where I would submit that there may be members of the public that are really opposed to a project application, or an art placement, or a regulatory change. But whether that's true or not, it's our job to follow the direction of our guiding documents and the law and our bosses. And we're going to do it just as we have. And we're going to be evaluated based on the quality of the results. And there's going to be public debate about those. And what I would ask of us as the city team and encourage us to do, and what I'd ask of the members of the public that we serve to the extent they can, is to try to distinguish between those projects that they may not like and those regulatory decisions that they may oppose and the people that are doing them. Now, it's one thing if I am providing legal advice or staff are doing staff work that veers from our planning documents or veers from the direction of our bosses, the decision makers. We're subject to criticism for that. We're not fulfilling our duties. We're not serving the people of the city through the decision makers if we do that. But if we're adhering to what the law requires and we're being thorough and we're providing options for decision for the decision makers for projects that maybe state law mandates and even the decision makers don't have a lot of discretion about, or that not everybody we may see this dissension among community members, which is healthy and fine, and we understand that because local government is passionate and this is the community, and this is all this investment in the community, which is a beautiful thing because we also see how that manifests itself in all this volunteerism and all the great nonprofit partnerships we have and the services that make possible that are much greater than even the city's considerable budget as a $330 million municipal corporation. So, and I'm going to offer another thing. For 8 of my years as the city's attorney, I was a contractor as a partner of the Myers-Nave firm, and had the resources of 88 attorneys in several different offices throughout the state to serve the city of Petaluma, and a good part of that time was working with Heather as my colleague planner. And her team. And there were a number of weekends when we were working away on projects and deadlines that were on, and the airwaves were kind of quiet. It was us too. And one of the other things I'd like to submit for consideration is the importance of evaluating staff's work based on the results and how it adheres to the requirements it's supposed to satisfy, the decision maker's guidance, and the laws that we are required to implement. And I would submit that it's not how we're paid that's the measure of the value of our public service. I don't think it was true when I was a contract city attorney. I don't think it's true now that I'm an in-house city attorney. I think it's the results we bring together and how responsive we are to the needs of the community through you and the quality of our work. So, I think it's important to look at why some of those projects are controversial, and to recognize staff don't have a choice about doing the work that those projects require. Then that would be a problem, right? That would, because then they would be failing to fulfill their contract duties or their responsibilities as an employee of the city. They're going to do that. They're going to get it ready for a decision. And and people can and should share their views about it, including negative views about it. That's fine. That's part of the work. So thank you.
Councilmember.
I just wanted to say thank you for the explanation because I think the public wants to hear that, and that helps explain some of the reasons that, you know, the M group and staff needed to do what they needed to do to get things done for a certain committee. So thank you for that explanation. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think I'd like to ask that question perhaps differently. As a former member of the Art Commission and Planning Commission, I'd like to ask how many of the decision makers live in our town? And it's rhetorical because, I mean, obviously the council appointed the Art Commission. The Art Commission directed that activity. The Planning Commission is the one that picked that horrible project or didn't. I think perhaps, we need to be looking at the decision makers, the more critical eye. And so that was my rhetorical first part of that question. But then a real second question, going back to recommendation number 2, where Councilmember Healy and Gator Thompson, I think, both hit on, was wondering if you could share any of your strategic thought so far as to building the department back. Are there any logical first steps or, permanent partitions where we can say, well, the administrative staffing could be not M group. However, that's not really, I think, the arena that would change the flavor of our planning. Or minor projects could be from city employed staff, but major projects. Have you had any strategic thought along that line, and what's the path forward for us?
Thank you, Mayor. And so this predates, my starting with the city. Again, this is something that is a regular consideration, but you're asking just from my perspective moving forward. And so our assistant city manager identified a number of positions that this council has graciously approved earlier this evening. And so we are building a team. We still sometimes catch ourselves in referring to each of the divisions as departments because it's just functioned that way, right? We had much of our planning live in the city manager's office. And so for a lot of good reasons and very typical to how other jurisdictions successfully provide planning, because it's not just our city planners, it's working with our engineers, our city engineer, working with our active transportation counterparts in public works, working with our building team. And so, to Councilmember Cater Thompson's earlier remark, I invite anyone, members of the community. I mean, it's an open door. You don't need to have a certain business agenda to walk through our doors. We've always been open for business. We're building that staff so that we're being responsive. Much of the business is being done online 24/7. And so many of our customers just submit their applications online. And so, there's a luxury, there's something that value that people see. And so we're seeing a lot of adoption of online submittals. And so again, it's based on the need, as we start to see, not just from a cost perspective, but from a benefit, that, it truly is a better, right? There's that subtext with this report, which is, misleading, but, I truly feel this is a better model where we are able to pool resources, be more efficient, be more responsive to the community, not just from a fiscal responsibility, but just for doing good work, good planning. Whether you work for M Group, whether you work for a local city, the code of ethics, the code of conduct, how we carry ourselves as city planners, and many of us are certified planners at that. It's the same, right? It cuts across regardless of your employment.
I'm kind of fishing for what language we can stuff in there that balances the interests and stuff. And thinking something along the line of solicit proposals from multiple private firms prior to new contract for planning services, and something to the effect of which may not have the contract scope identical to the current contract scope. Just that it gives you room to reimagine the city employed staff balance in that. Just a door opener rather than a defined requirement. That's where I'm kind of going on that.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. So I think what I'm hearing is as part of our response to R2, just sort of massaging that language. So right now it currently reads to staff the planning department, but I think if I understand correctly, providing a little bit more flexibility so that the RFP is responsive to the needs of both city council, our city workforce, as well as the people of Petaluma. Is that accurate?
I think you've got that quite right. Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have a question on this? I know I caught you flat here tonight.
It's getting late. I just kind of wanted some clarity that since 2020, when our city manager came on, Measure U was passed, the city was literally going bankrupt. So you're literally building a city back. And if you want full-time, all employees, that 1 cent's not going to make it. It's just not going to be enough money. And all cities are going through the same problem. And I hate the fact that we have a 9.5% sales tax. But on the other hand, I'm grateful for it because what it's giving to our city. I think sales tax are regressive. It hurts people who really can't be hurt with finances. We're talking about mobile home parks earlier, but that really made it that this city is alive. Otherwise, the doors were closed. And so when, Brian, you talk about, city being open, there was a time when the city was closed, and people are still talking about, I would go to City Hall to pay something and the doors were closed. And so it seems like we haven't quite got to the point of the city is really open. And we're moving in a positive direction. We're rebuilding our city, but it's going to look different than it did in the 70s, 80s, and 90s and before 2008. And I welcome that because that is the trend. And so I just want people understand that, and then COVID came, of course, after all this mess. And there were a lot of stumbling points, and I just think that the city is going in a really good direction. I was on the council in 98. In those days, and it felt more like a rubber stamp, and every project went through, and we are still today cleaning up bad decisions, and Riverfront is a perfect example. When I was on the Planning Commission meeting recently, we're trying to approve another project down there. It was one way in, one way out, and that is, and that's really council's decisions, but that's the way councils went. And so we're still cleaning things up. And I just appreciate the direction that we're going, and I think it's going to be better. And City Hall is really open, so the doors aren't shut. People can come in, they can pay their bills, or they can do things online. So there's multiple ways of working through a city process. But I think really what happened is the negativity overtakes the progress. And so all people are hearing is this negativity, and yet we're making great progress. But it's going to take time. You've been here how long? 8 months? Well, in 8 months, I don't think you're going to have an entire planning department ready to go. I mean, you walked in and you are learning, just like we are. And I hope the public is also. Thanks.
Thank you, and we'll get back to council comments in a minute, but it is a public hearing, and I would like to invite the public to have their chance for a comment, and I'd like the moderator to read our messaging.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will share my screen. and invite members of the public who wish to speak on this item to do so either by bringing a comment card up to the city clerk, or if you're online, by raising your hand in Zoom by using the raise hand button or pressing *9 if you're participating by phone. Speakers will be are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of speakers and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. And we have 3 hands raised from the virtual audience, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have 6 going on 7 cards in-house. Looks like I've got even one more coming in the house. That's at least 8. Let's wait and see how many it builds to. And may I ask the city clerk, did we have comment on this prior?
Yes, we did receive 15 public comments, and those are posted online with the agenda.
Wonderful, thanks so much. Well, if I have 8 here and you have 3 there, then we're at 2 minutes each would be our number tonight. So I'd like to start with our in-house group, and it's Tom Bornheimer, to be followed by Chris Rebelou. Tom, are you here? And we'll come back to Tom. We'll go to Chris Rebelou, and to be followed by Stephanie Adams.
So thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak up. I'm here tonight to support our city manager, Peggy Flynn, and the folks from the N Group who have been just so unfairly maligned during this whole process. I have worked on many projects with both of them. I have no doubt about their dedication to this city and to the hard work that they do. So here's the deal. For the most part, the grand jury report was a nothing burger. Read it. The report concludes there was no conflict of interest in the N Group providing staffing and services to the city. The grand jury had no findings or recommendations in this regard, which was the reason for the report in the first place. The only relevant questions focused on whether the city's contractual practices were adequate to ensure that services received were sufficiently beneficial to the city. They are. So as has been mentioned, hybrid staffing is commonplace. The city has received and done good work with the M Group, demanding that this practice ends would bankrupt us and would just limit our ability to do good work. I am particularly disheartened and angry by the false and defamatory comments that have been posted on Nextdoor in this regard. Honorable people can and should disagree about what's best for our city, but in this case, the character assassinations, the bullying, and the downright lying have gone beyond the pale. To the community, be aware that Nextdoor has no fact-checking. Anybody can post any lie that they want to. There are no guardrails against defamation of character.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. We are on to Stephanie Adams, and to be followed by Teddy Herzog.
Left my step stool at home. Here we go. So I've been following all of this with great interest, and just wanted to say also the Nextdoor discussion, which curled my hair, cut it. So I think there's a big difference between being heard and prevailing. I think it's all of our right to express our opinions about things, but process has to take precedence over emotion. And we elect the city council to make our decisions. You supervise different commissions to set up processes to select art projects and building standards and so on. You are the final arbiters of what's happening. I've lived here for 30 years. We've gone from councils that were considered pro-business to completely liberal, and that's corrected in time with elections. This district system that we have now, I think, is great as an East Sider, because I have an East Side representative now. I'm watching you. So I just think that it should just be the process. If you're following what you said, Eric, you guys set up the processes, the people should be following the processes, and then decisions should come out of that, which means they should be predictable, not just the loudest voice to show up at the meeting or the most obnoxious person on Nextdoor wins, which happened both times with the Public Art Commission. So people are enabled to think if we scream loud enough, then we win. And it shouldn't be like that. There were rules and things set up for that art commission. Nobody's going to agree 100% on anything, let alone art, because art is art. And so I think that we need to stick to the processes, make sure that those are fostering the goals that we have as a community, and take it from there. If you don't like the way the goals are set up, get a different representative, throw the bums out. You guys are doing a great job. You shouldn't have to take the abuse that you take, and I thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Teddy Herzog, to be followed by Judy Allewelt.
Teddy Herzog, Oak Hill, Brewster. What the first two said pretty much covered what I wanted to say. I actually want to acknowledge and appreciate what M Group has done for us for 14 years, 15 years. And I say that as someone, way back when I was a land use planner with the County of San Mateo for 5 years. I'm a general contractor. I've pulled a number of permits, probably in a dozen jurisdictions. Once in a while I show up here, I kind of follow what's going on with City Council and with Petaluma. I mean, M Group's done a great job for us. They're doing a great job for us. It's very professional, super high quality. 4 or 5 years ago, we wouldn't even be having this discussion unless there's another contractor out there who can provide the same services. We're now at a point where we can ask the question, thanks to Measure U, that, I wonder, should we have all in-house staff or not, or some, or who knows what we're going to be looking like 6 years from now. Nobody knows what we're going to be looking like 6 years from now, just because everything's changing so fast. So I wanted to just acknowledge the M Group for what they've done, appreciate what we have had here. It's one of my addictions that I do find myself on Nextdoor from time to time, and I literally delete the app regularly from my phone, but then I go back and I'm just so upset by what I see there, and I want to apologize on behalf of the greater community for some of the stuff that's been said. I also want to apologize on behalf of the community for some of the stuff that's been said about Peggy Flynn in relation to all this. You might not like the bathtubs, you might not like the hotel, but you don't get to assassinate our city staff or our M Group, the people doing the work. You don't get to assassinate people because you disagree with the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Allewelt, to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Good evening. First of all, I do want to apologize to the council for the email that I did send about Peggy Flynn. I was wrong. I followed the stuff that was on the internet, and I should have never done that, and I will personally apologize to her. And also, I want to mention that Mike Healy finally agreed on something, because I do support pensions. And I'm hoping that by increasing the planning department, that with employees, that pensions will be in place. My question is, so the M Group was under the radar before this whole jury report came out. And my question is, since the community was up in an uproar regarding the M Group prior to June of this year, why was there a 3-year extension on their contract? That concerned me. I heard you say, Mr. O, that their contract, that we would be looking at it again July 1st, 2026. So I have a question about that. Why was there a 3-year extension on the M Group contract? Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Bellinger, to be followed by Sherry Sandberg.
Yes, I didn't realize when I put my card in that this
seems to have been provoked with the bathtubs on stilts, as somebody complained to the grand. Is this really what that's about? There's so much the grand jury should have been working on, and it has nothing to do with Petaluma. I do want to, the word occurred to me before all this, the ugliness started coming out, the comments, that the young people, many of them don't have the slightest idea why we adopted the civil service to begin with. I mean, we go back in the 1800s and things were just corrupt beyond belief. And so they got the civil service, and now we privatize, and some people are philosophically, let's privatize everything. Let's privatize the freeways, the post office, the school system. Let's privatize the police. And that's just a philosophical position some people have, and I just don't know where it comes from. But greed, possibly. But there's no longer any place to invest in the Midwest, so you've got to invest in government services. But I have not seen anything in the planning department that's a problem here that rated a grand jury investigation, and disappointed there. I did want to say, though, relevant to one comment, is somebody was asking about where they physically live. The M Group people, and I'm far more concerned with where they are philosophically from. I'd like to see if they've what they've published and the leadership where they'd like to lead our society. It is this where this was led from Sacramento. The planning, building two-car suburbia, is about ready to put us in a position of our grandchildren cooking under a heat dome. And that all came out of Sacramento. And Petaluma has going in the exact opposite.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Sherry Sandberg, to be followed by John Hanania.
So I really have to adjust this. Okay, can you hear me now? My name is Sherry Sandberg. I got very interested in this situation because the zoning amendment is so close to home. And I am not a long-term Petaluman, but I really like Petaluma, and I've visited here as a tourist many times from Marin. Social media is crazy, I agree. It's also a way that people can connect. There are no rules. It's like the Wild West. So look at it or don't. Many people have said many things on there, including both sides. I, for one, am really tired of the name calling that goes on. I have been the recipient of being called a conspiracy theorist. Also, having a toxic reaction to change. Those things are, they're personal. So regarding the grand jury report, I hope you don't submit it the way that you've said you're going to. You're calling the planning department a hybrid. How can one fairly new planning manager and manager of other departments be the hybrid part and all the other ones are contractors? I'm not against contractors. I've been one. However, if we don't have any more, if we don't keep some knowledge of urban planning and our specific planning in-house and develop that knowledge and keep it as our employees, we're losing our equity. That's what the benefit of cost-benefit analysis is. That's one. And I challenge any of you to tell me that you understand and can create or have created cost-benefit analyses over these last.
Thank you very much. John Hanania, to be followed by Peter Cherneff.
Peter's not here.
Thank you. He didn't see the time.
You're quite welcome. Just bear with me here for a second. I'm going to use an example here. As you all know, I own an auto repair shop. And before that, I worked at a dealership. And when I worked at the dealership, there's big difference when you work based on a salary, based hourly rate, or commission. If you go to the courthouse and you're going to file for something, there is a set fee. You know what it is. If you're going to appeal for something, there's a set fee. Now, I'm reading a lot about this, and I have one issue. If it's true, I'd like to know why. And this is in reference to floodway. Why is it this person who is trying to have the truck, food truck, cross street from Henny Penny, is being given a bill for $25,000 for appealing? There is an issue here. If your staff was working an hourly, they're not racking up each, hour for $250 or whatever. And this is my understanding of what's going on. I have nothing against the M Group. I never dealt with them. But when I see people having to pay $25,000 for an appeal, if that doesn't raise a red flag, I don't know what does. If this is about community, why is it we're not looking for what the best interest for the community? If the M Group is doing a great job, great, that's no problem. But why is the cost so high out of the community's pocket? I hope I can get an answer for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one last chance for Tom Bornheimer. And gone. And let's go to the Zoom audience.
Thank you, Mayor. We have two hands currently up. First is Sheila B., followed by M. Sullivan, and it looks like we have a third after that. So, Sheila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you so much for hearing my comment. Good evening, City Council, Vice Mayor, and Mayor. Best group ever. I just would like to say that I appreciate that second recommendation, R2, that is accepted by the city, and that we will have a planning department. And I think what we're doing is building a planning department so that it eventually can be that the staff by far outnumbers the consultants. And I think that's so a few consultants and lots of staff that really know what they're doing. And maybe a couple of years of working together with consultants and staff would be good. But I really want this city to have a planning department. It is everything. And it can really, really save our lives someday to know that we have planned well for these atmospheres, rivers, and these weather events. So thank you very much. And then regarding, next door, I don't know where people are getting it. I follow doggies and lost kitties and mountain lions and horses and pretty nice things that Jim Connington is doing. And I don't know, I like next door. Anyway, thank you so much for hearing me, and yes to recommendation 2. Thank you for doing this. Can't wait to see this planning department. It's going to be wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is M. Sullivan. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. It's upsetting to hear a member of the GPAC call the Sonoma Grand Jury a nothing burger. That's very unprofessional and disrespectful. The grand jury is very selective in what they choose to investigate, and they have to suspect probable cause in order to investigate. The grand jury was also only provided with 1 year of data, which was 2013. Petaluma's challenges and needs are not unique. If San Rafael, Sonoma, Healdsburg, and Sonapa can manage with permanent planning employees, so can we. As the grand jury said, we're the only city in Sonoma County with an entire planning department staffed with consultants, save the recent hire of Brian O. The grand jury has asked us to move toward a hybrid model in our planning sector, which we don't currently have. I don't know why city council members, including Janice Cater Thompson, keep referring to us and parroting a hybrid model. I want to see us drive quickly towards integrating expertise within the city, within our city government, and not rely on outside consultants for our mission critical functions. I want to eliminate the reality and or appearance of conflict of interest. people who are being paid more to approve a project or paid when a project is approved, and having these same consultants managing EIRs that are being compensated by these developers is wildly inappropriate. So simply put, collusions between consultants and the entities they serve injures the commons. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bev. Bev, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. This has been quite something. What I wanted to say was that ultimately we all need to work together. And that doesn't mean that people need to give up on what's important to them. So one of the things is with the grand jury report, they didn't see evidence of the city evaluating the benefit of using contractors. And so it's really important that we do not give the appearance of not doing these things. It needs to be public. It needs to be obvious. I mean, if I told the IRS that I hadn't spent any money last year, and, you know, I can't just do that. I have to document it. So, you know, that's important. But the other question to me is a question of trust. And trust doesn't mean basing trust on just goodwill in itself. It means having seen how someone performs, seeing what someone does, and respecting that. And what concerns me is the times that our general plan gets ignored, the times that the question of climate change gets ignored. And those are issues to me, and it doesn't matter whether it's the M group or an in-house person or staff. It matters caring about our environment and looking to the future. And so I hope we can all work together with goodwill, whoever you are, everyone.
Thank you for your comments. And that is the last speaker with the hand raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And that'll close our public comment period on the public hearing. I'd like to bring it back up to council. And Councilmember Healy, would you like to kick off?
Sure, thank you. First of all, I want to say that I have nothing for the greatest respect for the integrity and the competence of the M Group employees I've worked with over the years. So my comments have nothing to do with that. I think they've performed their jobs admirably. I do think, well, I've said this previously, I voted against firing our planning department 15 years ago. And I would like to see us move back towards a true hybrid model, as has been stated by several people. The written materials from staff are, at most, give backhanded consideration of that and are really quite hostile to that. The conversation we've had tonight, I think, is more productive, and I'd be willing to support this tonight if we can wordsmith the response to R2 a little bit. And I'm looking at the second sentence, which is very wishy-washy currently. It says the city will continue to consider the best combination of city employees and contractors to provide the best, most cost-effective service delivery for the Petaluma community. I would like to see something that's more proactive and acknowledging that we do want to move towards a true hybrid planning department with city employees complemented by contractors. And I don't know if we can craft that tonight. I don't know if today's really our drop-dead deadline for submitting this response. But I'm not going to support the language that's currently before us. A couple of other points. The grand jury made an emphasis about talking about, you know, actual city employees tend to be longer term in their tenure here. contract employees, much less, and I believe the numbers, I'm not quite sure where the grand jury got them, but it was almost a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of length of service on average. And one of the points the grand jury made was that really harmed institutional memory. And for some of us old-timers around here on the council, I can really see that. In the most recent example, the story poll issue, I asked our city clerk's office to find the story poll policy that had been adopted back in the early 2000s, and nobody had any idea what I was talking about. And it took them a couple of weeks to find the thing because nobody remembered it. I remembered it, and they found it, and we'll be talking about that soon enough. But that's one of the things you lose without having actual full-time staff in-house. And I also continue to be concerned about the equity issue of not having planning employees who receive pension benefits. I think that does create second-class employees within the organization. And, you know, Mr. O talked about wanting to attract and retain the best and the brightest. And I don't see how we're competitive to achieve that unless pensions, which all city employees get, if that's not part of the package. So I would like to see, that's part of the reason I want to move back to a hybrid model. And I fully recognize that we will continue to have needs for special projects. Public art was mentioned as one. You know, when we do a general plan once every 20 years or an update every 10 years, that's certainly something that, you know, we can look at. But I think we need to have a core planning department made up of city employees. And the point has been made, not tonight, but it's been made that, gee, when we passed Measure U, we didn't tell the public we wanted to hire in-house planners and restore our in-house planning department function. But I would remind folks that we also didn't tell the community we wanted to hire communication specialists, and yet that's what we've done. And this would be a higher priority for me than that. So anyway, I'm willing to support this if we can work on the language of R2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pozike?
Thank you, Mayor. I think there are a lot of different ways to do things, and I'd rather not lock us into something in the future when things could change drastically in 2 or 3 years. So I'm really unable to support Mr. Healy's request to be that specific. I'd like to say a little bit more about my support for the M Group. I can't say it better than Ms. Rebelo did early on. But I've tried now pretty well, I think, for 2.5 years not to tell old man stories, but that's all I've got here. And you know, there was lots of complaints about churning, and that was even implied in the grand jury report. But I can tell you, working as a physician at Kaiser for 30 years, that it was the full-time Kaiser doctors, not many, but that were more likely to churn than doctors just filling in, okay? I felt like that grand jury report was the most superficial and weakest report I have seen in my 2.5 years on the council coming from anyone, and certainly more superficial and weaker than anything I've seen from the M Group. I applied for the grand jury, and again, you know, these issues were these small things to me, you know, and things that are overlooked by all of us every day, including, as I forget who said it, I think it was Council Member Cater Thompson, about you know, that a staff report will get made and something that isn't thought on a day-to-day basis to be related to our environmental goals for the city, and so that gets left out. But certainly, when you talk about little things, okay, I applied for the grand jury about 10 years ago, And I was informed that I'd been selected to be on the civil grand jury 10 years ago. And except for the next thing they said on the phone was that I had to report for mandatory 2 full days of training on such and such a weekend about 4 weeks hence. Well, that was the only vacation time I had coming up, and I'd already scheduled and spent some money on that trip. And to me, and I had to, and so they said, well, I wouldn't be able to serve if I couldn't make that training, something that I should have been notified before I went through the application process. So these things are made by all of us all the time and not attending to every detail. And finally, I'd just like to say that our city manager, our assistant city manager, our city attorney, everyone at this table, and everyone in the audience, well, let me limit them because I don't work with them, but everyone is trying to be successful. Now, everyone has a different idea of what successful is, but everyone wants to be successful on this team, I feel. And in my experience, again, with even a bigger employer at Kaiser, is that if someone is messing with doing the right thing, even at the fringe, that you start hearing about it in your meetings with other folks. And so I've never heard word one from anyone working at the city of concerns about the M Group and the way they've handled their business. And so I'm happy with having things continue as they are, or with moving towards a hybrid model if that proves to be best in the eyes of our staff and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the M Group and for the presentation tonight. There's a lot of details. And the report that we've produced was done by a team, I believe, on staff. I know there's a couple of us that had some input earlier that kind of suggested direction for it. And I saw all my ideas incorporated in the report. And it's a lot more detailed than is actually needed or expected to fulfill the grand jury's requirements. And what we're actually doing is trying to meet the needs of what the community is asking us to do, and to resolve some of the issues that have come up. So in response for things, one of the key factors was no conflict of interest was found. So that's the bottom line for the grand jury report. And so we're just responding to the other parts of it that were coming into question. So overall, I'm pretty happy with the report as is. There's maybe some tweaking that could be done. Maybe if, I know there's a deadline that's coming up, I think it's September, not next couple of weeks. And so I think it's the day before our next council meeting. So maybe if there was a couple of us that would be willing to meet with staff and do whatever minor tweakings that might be needed, if that might be appropriate as a possibility before this gets submitted, or we just go for it tonight and say, just send it as is. But I think I would agree with Councilman Healy on his comments, that there's a couple things. And the definition of hybrid, I think there's a different definitions being heard by different people, what hybrid actually means. From what I've heard from staff is that there's a very large team on city that actually looks at everything, including from legal to housing and the like, and as well as other staff members that join in and making a lot of these decisions. But I think when most people hear hybrid, they're thinking, 50-50. There's 50% of the folks are in doing this and they're working together as a team. And that's not what I hear hybrid. I think more of a balance, and it is mostly M Group doing planning work. And there's some areas specifically I would like to see more in-house. Particularly, I was on the GPAC, and I would love to see a more in-house person. I'd like to see a long-term strategy, long-term memory, someone who's actually in staff that's long-term memory, that's going to be here for the next 20, 30 years, someone young coming in and help us out with long-term strategies that would have the memory that Councilman Healy was talking about. I know that's really critical in institutions. So having that in-house. There is a So anyway, so we need to define what hybrid actually means. I know it's in the report. That probably needs to be tweaked as what we mean, by the staff means, and what the council means by currently what we mean by hybrid. But I'm thinking, similar to what Councilor he said is, okay, we need a couple more folks in-house, and maybe one at a time. I think there was 3 that are being added in the, I don't know if you saw item number 11, but in the staffing, there's going to be like about 3 new planning people that are being proposed to join into the planning group here in staff. So we're on our way that way. So just a matter how far we want to go with that. And it's going to be a stepwise process. The report, as I said, has a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of explanations in there, particularly the explanation of what the conflict of interest is and how there is no conflict of interest, what we've seen. However, the one part that I would like to see improved also is the cost-benefit analysis. And when I see cost-benefit analysis from industries and other things, it's not just number of employees and costs and salaries and plus or minus one way or the other. That is a very simplistic format for cost-benefit analysis. That is strictly on a monetary salary, people hired. And it's really service that needs to be looked at. And so a little longer, a little deeper evaluation of what was done. I think probably was done, and there's a lot more depth to what was done in the past that didn't still come out in the report that I would have liked to seen, but maybe just a little bit more on that cost-benefit analysis that we're going to do and how deep we're going to go, not just staff in and out, numbers of staff doing it, but a little bit more on how much work is being done by how many folks and all the different projects that are being done, both in-house and then by the M Group. But that may be for the future, because I think this is about the report, the grand jury report. We're responding to the grand jury report, and we're thinking about redesigning the planning department down the road here. That's a separate issue. We need to separate it from the actual report response. So I'm happy with the report response as it is, with a little few tweaks maybe here that's been recommended. And I would like to move in that direction if we can. But overall, I'm happy with where we're at and where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
As I have said earlier, times are changing, and when somebody doesn't know what a story poll is, it's because that's not the direction we go anymore. When we're really looking, there's CAD systems that you look at. So story polls seem to be a thing of the past. But institutional knowledge is important. I'm not here to micromanage the planning department. That's not my position. I'm here to work with the public and make policy. And I'm fine with the document the way it is. I just want to review. Every year we should have a review of where we're actually going, because we are the ones that actually make the decision. We don't make the decision who we're hiring, but we vote on that. And so it's not as though we're going to be in the dark of what's going on. But I think it's really important for us to know that is not our position to micromanage. But it is we are supposed to be questioning, but I think this report is fine the way it is, and I'm ready to move it.
Thank you. Council Member Now.
Thank you. I was on the council up to 2008 when we had an in-house planning department. There was complaints, granted. There was people in the community that weren't happy about certain projects, and we heard about it. Then the recession came, and we got the M Group as a staff. There was benefits. There is complaints. You're going to have that. The reason we have the grand jury report is because citizens felt they weren't being heard. Citizens felt that they had more questions than the city was answering. So they went to the grand jury and said, "We would like to have these answers. Can you please look into the matter?" That's the grand jury's job. They came to our staff and they didn't get all the answers they wanted. We're here today to respond to those answers. Now that we need to look into the future, as other council members have suggested, and start hiring staff that is city employees and not just outsourced. So I appreciate all the staff work, the M Group's work going into this report, but we want to avoid citizens complaining about not being heard. That's our job. I have to listen to it every day. Wherever we go, we hear citizens say, oh, what about this? We have to then ask staff if we don't have the answers, or we have to go find the answers. Sometimes you have to look back at what we did. Story pools are what we did in the early 2000s, and maybe we still need to use that. So I'm okay with using things that we used in the past. So I'm going to accept the report only because I'm not a lawyer and I don't know all the wordsmithing that should go into this document, but I respect staff and Eric Danley and Brian O and the M Group for having our backs and responding to the grand jury report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Make a few suggestions. I think people have been hung up on the word hybrid. It's used in the report 5 times. I don't think we need to use it at all. I think we can just call it our staffing model. We don't need to try and define it in him and however linguistics and just take that descriptor out. I would suggest that. I think the points about having knowledge retention are spot on. They're well taken. I also know that less and less people are staying places 30 years. And so it's really important that as a city, we have a knowledge management program and a records retention program. And I know our former city clerk now was working on that. And I think we're going to continue to work on it. And it's just something we're going to have to do as we move into the future. I'll say I think the relationship between the community, the council, and the people who work in City Hall should have tension, but it should be healthy. I think it's great to disagree, as our city attorney said. We want people to show up and speak their mind. I just would hope that we can do it without demonizing the other side. The M Group doesn't approve projects. We do. We're the ones who should have the scorn. And it's really easy to look at all the things that you don't like and overlook the things you do like, because they don't go out and do spins in the sun when they do things that everybody loves. Just a few things that come to mind since I've been on the council in the last 2 years. First, city in the nation to prohibit new gas stations. We adopted a visibility ordinance to ensure accessibility for ADA and more accessible for seniors to age in place. We've adopted an all-electric code. That means we're the first city in the United States to basically end fossil fuel expansion, infrastructure expansion in our city. We just were awarded Best Overall Housing Element. We updated some required findings for large big box stores that helped us keep Home Depot out of our city. That was done with M Group staff. We reduced our fees for affordable housing. There's been some people who have commented that our housing element was submitted late. What's left out of that I think is important context is that only 2 of 100 cities in the Bay Area had their housing elements approved by the deadline. And largely that was because the Department of Housing and Community Development extended their internal review period from 30 to 90 days. So yes, we did have a builder's remedy project submitted with that, but the night we approved our housing element, we submitted a letter to the developer rejecting their request for a builder's remedy project using findings that, yes, the M Group made. I'm not going to micromanage them. I've had my share of criticisms of the M Group, but not M Group, their work products. But I've also been really impressed with the work that they've done. And I absolutely trust our city manager, our budget director, and our community development director to chart the path forward for the best staffing model for our city. So I'm ready to move the item. I would propose that we strike the 5 uses of the word hybrid if folks are all right with that. And that will be my motion.
Let's hold the motion for a minute and see if there's other comment on the actual text that we want to make as our final product here. I think my comments are going to be about half as long because you've said many of the things that I wanted to say. I think that I appreciate that. I would like to address Mr. Hanania's comment about cost recovery. Why would an appeal cost so much? And part of it is that the full cost, I mean, I can't speak to the specific project at hand, but generally speaking, the community doesn't want to pay for development review. They want the developer to pay for development review, and that includes any appeals in process necessary to the finish line. I think our standards are quite high as a council or planning commission when we insist that it be bulletproof, that it not lead us into future litigation. And so, the bar is quite high, and that's an expensive proposition, but I think that's the standard that this city, this council, past councils have required. Would like to address also to one of our Zoom callers where they mentioned that the general plan is ignored. Well, the general plan is never ignored. Documentation why it might differ or be amended might be extensive and disagreeable to some, but it is never, never ignored. And regarding the grand jury's report regarding M Group, I look at it in terms of a quality, a cost, and a need versus internal staff. And in my 5 years on council and 2 or 3 on planning and other committees where I've interfaced with M Group staffing, the work product has always been superior. One of the things I appreciate the most about staff reports is findings. Planning is done with findings. So a presentation is made, a documentation is made of an assessment of a condition, a certain condition. Well, they're always so artfully written that you see exactly a path forward, left and right. They show you the strengths of the argument, the weaknesses of the argument, and a finding is, it's never simple. So it allows every planning commissioner, every council member to really dig their teeth into data that's available to decision makers. And so that's a wonderful quality statement about M Group. And I do very much appreciate our city managers coming on board in 2019 and deciding that, there's existing contracts. What is she getting into? And evaluating what was going on when she walked in has given us an evaluation of M Group at that time. And the question of why an extension, well, the extension is because we're in the middle of the general plan update, and they're a guiding force on pulling all the elements together. Now, when we talk about hybrid, we're talking about our engineering teams, the active transportation staffing that are working and making contributions to the general plan. I mean, this is a team effort that M Group was only part of, but I agree the term hybrid is difficult, and I agree with Councilmember Barnacle. We should just delete the term everywhere. It's our existing model. Call it what you will. But the highlights of M Group's contributions, as Mr. Barnacle mentioned, you got that one, you got that one. So you got that one. Oh, darn, you got that one. But maybe we didn't mention that M Group individuals led the effort to have our Black Lives Matter mural, street murals painted at the library. I mean, the contributions they make to the city, as if they lived here and were real people in our community. I mean, the engagement that we see from them is superior. And Petaluma is a leader in so many planning areas because of the M Group's work. And so, I mean, it's the quality aspect has never been an issue for me. The cost that the staff report came up is superior, and the idea of different labor markets and whether we should have internal employees external employees on a pension basis is not something I want to get my teeth into. A good point was made here on the dais that staff does not stick around the way it used to. We used to think of civil service as start a job and never end, and it's not that way anymore. People move very quickly job to job, and so I don't see that as having the same traction. I do think that continuity and corporate memory is in the documentation that we have. Now we have GIS systems that have flags that this property has this report tied to it. I mean, that is a thing of an older era. So I'm not really interested in bringing this back a different day. We get challenged enough that we spend too late into the evening, don't get things done on time. So should there be any tweak, I'd like to invite the council to make any tweak they wish at this time. Certainly, we've heard from Councilmember Barnacle on the hybrid. Can I just go across and ask, does anybody have a problem with striking that term, hybrid? That's a straw poll right there, and we're going to go ahead with that. And Councilmember Now, you wish?
Well, only because it meant something in the staff report, in their answer. So I leave it to the city attorney to, is there another word to use? Is that going to be avoided in
we were
the
just using
answers?
it in the, I'm sorry to interrupt. We were just using it in the basic sense of a mixture. So
It's a
in
term
other
of
words-
art with no technical meaning.
Right, and I appreciate Councilmember Healy was giving it a valence of what's the ratio, and that's an item of discussion, but we really just meant it as a combination of contract and in-house. And that I think we certainly meant to indicate that would be an evolving ratio, and it's already evolving based on the council's action tonight, but that's all we meant. We didn't have anything more than that. Thank you.
And just to quickly add, I think just a quick read through, deleting it does not really change the clarity or the readability of the report in any way at this point.
Councilmember Posake.
I'd like to second the motion.
If I could, we're not, I get the nudge, I get that. Were there other clarifications that anybody wanted to write into the record?
So I guess others, maybe straw poll item, I'll let you run the meeting, Mayor, is is it F2 was where I suggested we might want to partially disagree, but I'm fine leaving that too. I think, actually, I'll withdraw that because I think the city attorney addressed that. So that's all I have.
Then is that a second, Councilmember Posake?
Yes, sir.
And is the motion maker, you're satisfied with this motion?
I'll just make a formal motion. I'll move the item as written with striking the word hybrid and maybe making minor tweaks if needed to the wording, but that's my motion.
Good. With a motion and a second, may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Healy,
No.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and Tribbs.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion to extend the meeting past 11?
We have now a motion to extend the meeting past
Second.
11 and a second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Actually, you need a motion to start a new item after 10:30.
So,
So you want to do a combined motion?
yes, indeed.
Okay, I'll give you a combined motion.
I think we have a motion
Yes.
and a second from Cater Thompson. And so roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Tribbs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we start that next item on the water rate hearing, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And it is now 10:53, and we'll be back at 10:58. Thank you. new rate schedule for water service, repealing and replacing Resolution 2017-076, and the resolution adopting a new rate schedule for wastewater services, repealing and replacing Resolution 2017-075. And introducing, I'd like to introduce and welcome our Public Works and Utilities Director, Christopher Bolt, The Late Show.
The Late Show, I love that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council and community. Is that better? All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and our community. I'll screen share here. There we go. And I'm joined this evening by Alex Handlers, our consultant with Bartle Wells. He's on the Zoom, and I gave him permission to interrupt and jump in as he sees fit to help supplement our conversation this evening. So as you know, tonight we're presenting on the results of our water and wastewater rate study, a project that's been going on for quite a few months, since October of last year. And this is the fourth presentation and final presentation. As you know, we heard a summary on May 15th and again on June 19th as the draft study was available. And at that point, you authorized us to send out notices to our community. And so this evening, we also did, by the way, an informational meeting for our community last Monday on July 31st. So that has been recorded and it is available on the website for viewing. So I'll be very brief this evening. I'll do my best, but I still need to cover the essential points this evening. So with no further ado, tonight we're going to cover the water and wastewater rates, the rate study overview, financial challenges that our utilities have, the projected rates and their impacts. We also explore some options of lower rates or not implementing the rates. We discuss briefly our low-income assistance program, our water conservation program, and then next steps. So the purpose tonight, the goal, is to present a summary of our recommendations, as we're doing now, and then for you to consider and deliberate on adoption of the proposed rate increases. And in the packet, you'll notice there are two resolutions, one for water and one for wastewater. I'm going to turn on my laser pointer here. There we go. Okay. So water and sewer utilities are financially self-supporting enterprises. They are not generally using general fund dollars from the city, so they have to have enough revenue to cover their expenditures and maintain their debt service and provide for their own capital improvement needs. The city serves just over 20,000 accounts, and our residential customers are 90% of our customers, which and roughly 2/3 of our water use. The water system is pretty comprehensive with 270 miles of water pipes, 11 storage tanks, reservoirs, 9 booster pump stations. It's relatively complex and sophisticated. And as you know, we buy our water, most of our water, from the Sonoma County Water Agency, SCWA, and that's supplemented by a small amount of groundwater pumped from city wells from time to time. The wastewater system is also complicated with over 190 miles of sewer pipelines, 9 sewer pump stations, and our state-of-the-art wastewater, what we call the recycled water treatment facility at Ellis Creek, which was completed in 2009. The effluent is either disposed to the Petaluma River, which is only allowed during winter months, and then treated to a higher regulatory standards, tertiary standards we call it, and used as recycled water for landscape irrigation and agricultural purposes. So many of our facilities and our utilities are approaching the end of their useful lives and will need to be rehabilitated or replaced in future years. And it's no secret that things are getting more expensive, not less expensive, but we're definitely trying to do things smarter. So the city has historically provided strong financial management via adoption of gradual annual rate increases, which is a best practice in our industry. We've all heard about the dreaded huge jumps that are sometimes necessary for utilities because they did not invoke the stair-step increases to take care of adequate fund balance or major projects that are looming. We also, in 2017, implemented a rate structure modification, and that is preserved as part of this study. And as you recall, increases were temporarily deferred to provide rate relief during the coronavirus pandemic. So as you'll see in a moment by some graphs, our typical residential bills are in the middle of the range based on regional surveys we've conducted. And prior rate increases put our water and sewer utilities on very strong financial footing, fortunately. So the rates we're proposing here, at least our base rates, the 2.5% and the 2%, are relatively modest compared to what they might have to be otherwise. So we do have some challenges, though, and we're going to cover those briefly. Both utilities, the water utility and the wastewater utility, are facing increased costs for operations and significant capital improvement needs that require continuation of gradual rate increases. Here's a quick snapshot that shows water and sewer. Water is in blue. That's our convention in the industry. Green is the wastewater. And when you add the two together, you see that Petaluma is pretty much right in the middle of the pack compared to our peers in our region. And this is for a typical home using 700 cubic feet monthly, and the sewer flat rate of 500 cubic feet monthly for winter use. A low-use customer, Petaluma actually ranks a little more favorably amongst our peers, as you can see in this graph. So an overview of the rate study, we looked at a 10-year financial projections. The rate study typically in our industry is a 5-year study. And again, we'll look at this in 2027, 2028. But we look at a 10-year picture, make some assumptions way out in the future for capital and debt service needs. And phasing in rate increases as gradually as possible is, of course, what we're trying to do here. No modifications to the city's water sewer rate structures are proposed, as I already mentioned. And we developed a new water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments for times of drought where there are water shortages that corresponds with our contingency or water shortage plan of the levels therein, as you'll see. Collaborative process with city staff. It was quite extensive. We involved many of our team members working with Alex and his team. And I'm just happy to report that our water and sewer enterprises are in relatively good financial shape, but we do face some financial challenges that we're trying to be proactive rather than reactive. So let's talk about those challenges, which are threefold. This first slide covers probably the most significant, which is the capital improvement needs of our aging infrastructure. I know it's an old story that we talk about a lot, but we are in an older city, and we're under transformation. We're trying to respond to our community's needs and maintain an exceptional water system and sewer and recycled water system. So we're underway with water master plan, a sewer master plan, which looks at the outlying systems, and then also what we're calling the integrated water master plan, IWMP for short, which is a holistic look at recycled water. We used to call it the Recycled Water Master Plan, and that's what the former document was called, but we've expanded that because times are changing, and we're looking more at a one water vision, possibility of zero discharge to the Petaluma River, where we're reusing every drop of water. So, as you can see here, we have a lot of investment in water, $54 million, wastewater, $70 million, recycled water, $42 million, and grant funding is phenomenal. Staff has done an exceptional job in obtaining grants, and that is a huge favor to our ratepayers in the community because it really subsidizes and aids the ability to invest in our capital. So the second and third factors of financial challenges we have, Sonoma County Water Agency, as you heard back in March, is increasing rates. They did increase rates 9.4%. So that affects the water bill we get to buy the water. And that's projected to increase more than 50% over the next 5 years. And my next slide will show you a graph of that. And lastly, obviously, we have to keep up with the cost of inflation. Our city faces ongoing inflationary increases for all kinds of things. Staffing, chemicals have really shot up recently, and so forth. And the annual rate adjustments are designed to pass those through so that we can avoid larger increases in the future. So here's what I mentioned a moment ago, and this is the water we buy to supply to the community from Sonoma Water. And over here is what we're talking about, 22, 23. We see a pretty steep increase as they presented in order to take care of their capital needs. It was very important. So that's about a 50% jump over the next 5 years. And that is, in our rate study, a pass-through because that's not something we can control. But it's essential to have their water, of course, and it's high-quality water at that. So our consultant developed those 10-year financial projections I mentioned a moment ago to identify future funding needs. It's filled with assumptions to make sure that we have plenty of contingency, that will be healthy, and gradual rate increases are needed to support all the various items, which we'll study in a bit. And our proposed rate increases are summarized in this table. So this is the heart of the matter for water. And in a moment, you'll see wastewater. But for water, we're recommending a 2.5% increase across the board over the next 5 years. That's the base city rate. And then you come down to the pass-through annual inflationary rate, which is determined each year, and then the Sonoma County water pass-through as well. So this table here, I won't go through the details. It was provided in the Proposition 218 notices for tonight's hearing. It has all the details for the next, as you can see, the columns for each year. So the impacts, what does that look like? Well, when you add in the base rate, the estimated inflation pass-through, plus Sonoma County Water's pass-through on the wholesale rate, you get approximately an 8.8% increase this year on September 1st, and then it settles in at around 8.2 to 8.3% over the next 5 years. So the actual future increases will vary. This is illustrative. And the city, you as council, maintain flexibility to implement rates that are lower than these. If projections are looking good or things change each year, you can make a decision accordingly. So the projected monthly water bills, the average use is what we'll look at here of 700 cubic feet for your average home. The water bill, as you can see, rises each year by about $4, roughly $4 to $5. This graph, I'll try to bottom line by showing that the operational needs of the water utility are in the blue. Then the debt service is shown. In other words, the mortgage payments for past projects and so forth are in green. And then we have the orange-yellow, which is the capital that we're trying to, so to speak, make those home improvements as we go. You'll see here in 2023, 24, and 24, 25, these gray areas that continue off into 27, these are grant-funded capital. As I mentioned earlier, we've been blessed with a lot of grant funds. And then you see these new orange bars, dark orange, which are possibility is real and exists that we may need to explore some debt financing as part of our next 5-year cycle. There are some large projects hanging out there, and we may need to explore that. But that will be explored at that time. The red line represents the revenues projected. Projected revenues need to line up as close as possible with those rising costs. And you can see this is a well-designed cash flow analysis that provides adequate funds for that. So the wastewater rates, touching on those real quick. Again, 10-year projections. The base rates are shown here in the green table of 2% for each year, plus the annual pass-through for CPI inflation. Again, there's a table summarizing the details. So the impacts. The estimated pass-through for inflation is shown here at 3% to 2.5% roughly, a little higher this first year, and the base rate is 2%. So you get a net effect of 5.1 all the way down to 4.5% into the future estimated. That actual amount will vary depending on actual conditions. And again, you maintain the flexibility to implement lower rates should you find that to be a good idea. Average use, looking at that 500 cubic feet for winter, that baseline, we're looking here at approximately $3 to $6 extra, somewhere in that range for an average use home extra rise each year. So this similar graph for the wastewater, the cash flow analysis reveals that our red line tracks nicely with the purple boxes of capital investments that we know of. And then you'll see some fund reserves. This light gray for these 2 years is a drawdown of the sinking fund, the funds that we do have in savings, so to speak, to help pay for major projects. I believe this is largely due to the PIPS station rebuild in the Force Main, which is the whole city goes to one pump station and has to get out to Ellis for treatment. And that's a critical infrastructure that needs updating. Also, the dark gray here is grant funds that we've received. And then you'll start to see the possibility, again, of some debt that we may need to issue. In these out years where you see the large blue, Ellis is approaching a 20-year life, and most wastewater plants, best practices are to take a good look at possible upgrades. It may need capacity upgrades. Part of that One Water vision may require some additional work at the plant to make that truly possible so that we can produce potable water, not just tertiary treated water. All that will be explored as part of the IWMP. So here's the net effect for our overall customers on average. So we'll look here at the typical use. You see the water and the wastewater. These are the same numbers that were explored earlier. So you'll see the total bill. So right now, for a household using 700 cubic feet, the average bill might be about $133. You can see here that it will rise about $8 to $9 per month each year. It would jump under this illustration. So the total rate increases because water was a little higher and sewer a little lower, nets out to the 6 to 6.5% per year increase. And I want to point out that Petaluma is not alone. Other regional agencies are also increasing rates and generally more aggressively than we are proposing here. Okay. Something unique in this rate study is our water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments. So as we talk about this, think flexibility. Should we have a prolonged drought, should we be tapping into our savings account and our reserves, we would need a mechanism to take care of that loss in revenue to keep our utility and our water system healthy. So this gives flexibility to implement for levels 2 through 6 of the water shortage contingency plan, not level 1, of course, to implement up to the percentage increases, the adjustments shown on the next slide on the table. So these apply to both water and wastewater because both utilities, when you have less water going out, you have less water coming in, but still you have to treat what is coming in, and generally it's more concentrated. So this would all be subject to future council authorization, and I do want to point out that they're not automatic and that there is flexibility in how they're structured. This is just a maximum, a cap proposed. So council could explore tiering or other options to incentivize, and staff looks forward to working with council on that in the future should we need to. So the goal, again, is tonight to seek Proposition 218 authorization for caps for the base water rate, the base wastewater rate, and of course, this new water shortage contingency plan rate. These would be the maximums. You can implement nothing or a middle of the road, but the goal is to have transparency in what the utility could or should need. Here is a summary of those tables. I won't go into detail, but you can see that as the levels rise for water shortage, the rate adjustments can go up to these levels depending on the severity and the duration of drought conditions. Similarly, for wastewater, you see rate adjustments up to these caps shown. Our low-income program is summarized here, helps our customers. We do have several customers enrolled in this program, and our priority is to maintain and restore service and avoid disconnection due to delinquencies or non-payments. This is administered by the North Coast Energy Services, who also administers a similar LIHEAP energy assistance program. Application is available in English and Spanish at ncas.org, and residents can apply once each calendar year. There is information and links on our website, And I encourage customers to contact or reach out to us if they need assistance. Water conservation programs is a huge success story, as Councilmember Healy highlighted early in our meeting tonight. It's amazing to see what we've done in our community. I think we're approaching kind of a hardening where it's going to be harder and harder to save more water. But we continue to leave no stone unturned and look for any and all ways. So we have all these different programs and resources for our customers, rebates, Mulch Madness, and how-to guides and resources. Our staff is incredible and very dedicated to their work. So plenty of information listed there on our website and by calling our number. So a summary of key issues. Threefold. Our water rates. Just to highlight again, 2.5% increase each year for the next 5 years is being recommended. We did explore another option, which I'll talk about in a moment as we conclude. And our historical practice of authorizing additional annual pass-throughs for these two items of the wholesale water rates, which we don't control, and the CPI inflation. Council can always choose to absorb those and not pass them through. But again, this process of Proposition 218 process authorizes up to the cap shown herein. I want to highlight the recycled water rates. This is something that staff is looking deeply into as part of the IWMP process. This new rate study authorizes up to 100% of the potable rate. Currently, it's up to 50% of the potable rate. We recognize the value, the market value of recycled water, and so you have a lot of flexibility in setting that rate up to that amount. It's actually in the bottom of the table in that water consumption charges. All other customers is where that lies within our rate table. Wastewater rates, 2%. And again, continuing our historical practice of passing through inflation. And then we've already discussed the water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments. And I want to highlight the last bullet there, that alternative rate structures can in fact be explored. I know a question came up on June 19th when we presented about that. I want you to know we took note of that and did some due diligence research to verify that we could possibly do some things there. Additional considerations. There's a lot in these next two slides, but it's very important, and we're getting close to the end, so bear with me. Back when we were working on the rate study, staff recognized the need to take a good, long, hard look at our capital project projections to ask a couple of questions. What's realistic? What can we actually get done? And as listed here in the third bullet point, what's essential? What's deferrable with consequences or risks? And what are those risks? How do they impact our community? And lastly, is this project discretionary? Could it actually wait or maybe never get done? Or be grant funded or some other initiative? What we did during that exercise back in February, March was we really did whittle it down to almost all essential projects or deferrable with some serious consequences or risks. So our findings from that study, and the reason I list this out is because we did the exercise again after June 19th in hearing concerns. We took another hard look at this with new available information after the budget cycle and as the studies are progressing. We took the opportunity to really look through all the CIP projects, and here's what we found. The current rate study already does include the refined capital improvement plan, and it is basically all essential and important projects. Some of them are in fact deferrable with consequences, risks, and our goal was not to have to issue bonds if possible. We definitely minimized that. Most projects have a high degree of criticality and have to still be done even if deferred. There are a few that we could put off, but there are consequences in achieving goals and visions for our community for those. Project costs will generally increase with inflation because in the utility and heavy construction industry, we are not hovering around a 3-4% number at all. It's been 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% for some time. There's a shortage of labor, there's a shortage of materials, there's all kinds of drivers, and it's regional as well. So the longer you defer projects that we know we have to do, the revenues are not going to keep pace with that. And that's a major problem for us financially. you can get behind, and then you've really got to raise the rates later to catch up. Deferment has already occurred for a lot of projects, and so they're already going to be more expensive than they would have been. So what I call criticality continues to increase. And many projects have to synchronize with other projects. Safe streets projects, street improvement projects require water main and water service improvements, sewer lines and so forth to go in simultaneously. So some of the deferments would have trickle-down effects on those projects and delay them. And the last couple of points here is there are risks to the integrity and operability of our water sewer system. One project, for example, is our SCADA system. It's old, antiquated, and there are cybersecurity risks with it. So we look forward to making that much more robust and could actually improve and enhance our operational effectiveness, much like you've heard about with AMI. So those investments are critically important to actually save and keep rates lower in the future. And that's my last point. Operational efficiencies and service enhancements can only be achieved with the investment and completing projects sooner rather than later. So the second meaty slide is here. And I want to just point out that we did look at a 2% increase option for water rather than the 2.5%. Here's what we learned. Yes, it saves a little bit of money. A typical homeowner would save approximately 30 cents per month each year. So about $1.50 per month after 5 years. The lower revenues would be in perpetuity. So at the end of 5 years, we would have $650,000 less each year. And how would you catch that up? You'd have to raise rates significantly to earn that back, what you've lost. And how much did you lose over 5 years? About $1.8 million. You've lost over 5 years in revenues that would essentially go into the CIP investment portfolio for the city. Could we get by? Yes. Honestly, we could. But we're deferring projects. The deferred projects we already have still have to get done, and they will cost more. I'm being honest with you in saying that. The risk of needing to defer more essential CIP projects is there. It's real because we're removing any contingency with our fund balance or minimizing it. And I'll say the word risk here, of not furthering critical goals and initiatives. The Integrated Water Master Plan is super exciting. It's going to put Petaluma on the map. We already are, but this is very innovative. It's a holistic look at how we use water, how water will be handled in our future. We're crafting a very very lofty vision, and there's a lot of conversations that need to happen. You'll get an update here in a couple of months about that, and there'll be a pretty extensive community input process as part of that. But the goal is twofold, things we've been talking about for some time: resiliency of our water supply, new options, and drought resiliency. So that plan is going to require implementation of projects. So those projects, of course, are going to take investment, some of which could be grant funded, but others are going to require our own local money or matches. So if we were to go with this option, we'd have a larger rate increase likely in 2028 and beyond, and playing catch up. And then even with the adoption of the newly proposed 2.5% base rate increase, this evening, Council does have the flexibility to implement less should conditions be favorable in the future and if things are looking healthy. Again, the philosophy that staff has worked with our consultant to provide you with centers around flexibility and basically that maximum cap of rates. And we're being realistic in what needs to be implemented. So some big picture financial considerations as we roll into the last couple slides. CIP projects are intended to fulfill the goals and visions set by Council. Just a reminder, I think we're all well aware of that. Our plan, our approach, is to continue utilizing fund balances to pay for the CIP projects, what is otherwise known as a pay-as-you-go program that is identified in our master plans. We have master plans, but we're updating them currently, and the efforts have given us enough information to inform the capital plans you see as part of this study. So we obviously have to meet all the requirements and fulfill the goals vision and ensure reliability and integrity of our system. And we know that significant funds are needed within 2 to 3 years, as you saw in those graphs. So we have some pretty big projects. And even with that, bonding may still be necessary. And so the second big point on our big picture financial considerations, operating revenues are currently healthy. We'd like to keep them healthy, and they must be maintained per our utility reserve policy. And that says that water has to be at 25% of the operations and maintenance budget, plus an additional $4 million in CIP reserves. Wastewater has to be maintained at the same 25% plus $8 million in CIP reserves. So with that, we have to meet that so that we get the optimal interest rates in the future. It's basically our credit rating. So here are the notices that went out to our community 45 days before tonight's hearing as required by law. And this was sent to both property owners and customers of record. The city's gone above and beyond, distributing to, I think, 30,000 addresses. You remember there was only 20,000 accounts. Our goal was to make sure that even renters and other community members got notices. So there is instructions in the document there are instructions for submitting a written protest, of which we have received tonight in the box, and there were a couple submitted before tonight's meeting. And the cover sheets were both in English and Spanish, again, above and beyond, and they're available on the city's website. And then we held an informational meeting last Monday and had some very valuable feedback from community members as that meeting concluded. So it was worthwhile. In fact, we discovered that some residents in our manufactured home communities or mobile home communities had not received the notices, so staff got to work to make sure that it got in their hands. And legally, they were not required because they are not technically the city's customer. However, they are definitely city residents and deserve to have the information. So we made sure that they received that. So next steps. Tonight, public hearing. Just to recap that all the notices, all the necessary steps have been taken. Rate increases are subject to a majority protest. So we have to have 50% or more of parcels objecting in order for council to not be able to act. And adoption of these ordinances, just to recap and remind, authorize council to charge up to the proposed rates. It does not obligate you to those rates. They are not to exceed. Less is always an option. And if adopted, the new rates would become effective starting September 1st here in 2023, and then on July 1st of subsequent years. With that, we'll take questions and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Appreciated. Anyone questions on the dais? Shall we go to Council Member Shribs? Council Member Healy. Let's look both ways before I cross.
Thank you. So, no, I appreciate that a lot of, most of this is probably inevitable. And the other point of, this extensive conservation effects over years is that we're having to collect fixed costs over a lower volume of sales. So that's one of the things that's kind of a dynamic that people don't generally understand. But let me look a little bit further into option 2, which is what you were discussing at the end, which had the potential for 0.5% less. And looking at pages 17 and 18 of the staff report, it seemed to me that the primary CIP project that could be deferred if we wanted to would be the Oak Hill tank reconstruction. And I guess my question is, how critical is that? That's been offline for probably 20 years now, and we seem to have operated the system without it. We know that the Manor and Hardin tanks are being recoated. I believe the La Cresta tank replacement is still in the CIP with a much larger tank than the two that are up there now combined. And I remember earlier in my tenure, for probably 10 years, there was a recurring CIP item for Paulo Lane tank number 2. Remember that? And it just kept getting deferred and deferred and deferred. And finally, your predecessor decided, yeah, we don't really need that thing. So it never got built, and we got through some clever engineering, Paula Lane tank number 1 got recoded without Paula Lane tank number 2 ever having to be built. So I guess, yeah, I mean, it would just be 0.5%. I realize that's not a big deal in the scheme of things, but it may be what we can do. So I'd like some commentary on why the staff feels that it's so important to rebuild a tank at Oak Hill when we've been operating the system without it for 2 decades. Thank you.
Sure. I will call on Dan Herrera. I think Dan's still on, but first I'll just say a couple of things. There are a few projects that we identified, of which one is Oak Hill, one of the most significant. Some of the other projects, like water filling stations, right now we have a protocol for filling where hydrants are metered and locked, and we've had issues, as you know. So one of our goals and aspirations with water conservation is to kind of lock that down and automate that system. So some of those projects could be deferred, but it's one of those operational efficiencies we would not achieve if we do that. So those are some of those middle of the road optional type projects that do have real benefits. Well water treatment is another one that kind of was on the metaphorical chopping block, but we'd love to do it. We'd love to treat our well water, and Dan can speak to that a little bit about the benefits. So we had annual investments proposed for that. Because when we do use well water, we have to blend it and dilute it, so to speak, with Sonoma Water's water in order to get the quality that's acceptable to our community. So our goal would be to treat that and give it a higher quality. And then Oak Hill, one thing I'll say to lead off before I turn it over to Dan is fire. We cannot forget about the original reason for some of these tanks revolved around fire protection and safety and having adequate reserves during major fire events, which fortunately are not prevalent, at least in the built environment of most communities these days, but it once was. So Dan, would you like to say a few words about this issue?
Sure, no problem. Good evening, council. So, Mike, we did look at Oak Hill and why it's necessary. We are updating the water master plan, so it'll be much more robust in that document. But ultimately, what Oak Hill does, it provides storage on the west side of town. So, what you'll notice is
excuse me, Dan. Maybe we can take a break here for a second. You got tremendous echoing going on. Is there a chance you're getting?
Okay.
If you have
Maybe
a headset or something, maybe.
Yeah, have headphones or can call in on your phone, perhaps.
Interesting.
Perhaps while we're waiting for Dan, I could invite Alex to share. Alex and I have had extensive conversations about this exact topic. So Alex, I don't know if you want to touch on the nature of our 2% option and some of the impacts there and how it impacts projects like Oak Hill and others.
Sure. No, I think you've covered it pretty well. I mean, basically what we try to do in this study, working with staff, is to really phase in the rates as gradually as possible to meet what's, been identified as the city's funding needs for its operations and its capital. And, it's always desired to, we know no one likes doing rate increases and, every agency wants to do less, but, this is what our finding. We try to do the least rate increases that we could to take you gradually on that path to where you need to be. Understanding it's not perfect projections. We don't know what your water sales are going to be next year and 3 years down the line. We don't know, how much capital or operating cost escalation there really will be. But we try to build in reasonable and slightly conservative estimates and take you on steps where we think you need to go. Then you could reevaluate again, in future years, whether it's 5 years or a little bit less. So, I can't comment on the details of any specific capital project and, how crucial they are, but just in the big picture, know that, one of the directives we had from staff too was, trying to minimize these rate increases. So that's what we've done while trying to keep them at a prudent level as possible.
Thank you, Alex.
I hope that Dan is back here so I don't have to keep rambling on.
That's okay. Dan, you want to try again? Dan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm trying to
Much
connect
better.
my.
Much better. We can hear you fine now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I had to go get my AirPods and connect. Okay, sorry. So Mike, we were looking at Oak Hill, and it'll be part of the water master plan update. And so there's a couple things we looked at. We're updating our fire flow requirements, our average flow storage requirements, and so what Oak Hill is, it's connected to the Zone 1, which is pretty much all the downtown and on the east side of town all the way up to, I believe it's like Sonoma Mountain Parkway. And so in any emergency, so in some sort of earthquake where we don't have aqueduct or we don't have, there's a couple transmission lines that cross the river. If anything were to happen to those, we're out of luck in our Zone 1. So we have to kind of flow from the different zones into Zone 1, and there's pressure situations. There's all kind of things that happen there. So Oak Hill really gives us a reservoir for fire and for emergency storage and fire storage on the west side of town. So you will see that in the water master plan that we're updating. It'll be kind of documented in there, and we're looking at the right size. So it's a 2 million gallon tank. And we're looking at really making sure that whatever we put there is the right size for not only what we have existing for the city of Petaluma, but any sort of future growth that's part of the general plan that we're looking at, that where there's more infill or anything that were to change, we're making sure that Oak Hill is going to be the right size, to fit that need there. It's a long process for that project. We did, if you looked at it, the bulk of the cost, I think, is outside of that 5-year window. So we're looking at a couple of years of $100,000 to $200,000, $250,000 for just look at the planning efforts that are going to be required, the outreach, the CEQA documentation that's going to be needed for that. That one's going to be a long project. So it's drawn out. So eliminating that might not get your bang for your buck, because we're not really, the $5 million I think that we have is for the construction is already outside of that 5-year window. So we kind of already did that effort to kind of push it back a little bit to really look like what we're trying to do. Also the wells, we are looking at, being more robust in our in-house supplies. And so one of those is well treatment. Not necessarily what Christopher said where we're blending. It's more so where we have some iron and manganese issues with some of our wells on the east side of town. So it's really sequestration for removing those mineral components to ease the maintenance on our system, and how we can use it for emergency situations, but for taste and odor and removing iron and manganese, we need that well treatment before it actually gets injected to the system.
Dan, and I'll just add that while construction is at the out years, you may recall from our internal conversations that it's important to build up the reserves to pay for the project. And that's part of the rationale that I think Alex was alluding to a moment ago. Right. So we're really trying to build up those sinking funds in order to pay for projects like this. And if we don't use it on something like Oak Hill, should we change the recommendation after further study or through the design, we know there are other projects that are worthy and important as well. But this one is viewed with a pretty high criticality.
Right. So you will see that, Mike. We'll be updating that master plan will be finalized hopefully the next year. We're looking at the ultimate build-out scenario to run our models, and so that has some general plan elements that we're waiting for to fully complete that document. But in there, it'll really show why we need Oak Hill.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Other questions? Anyone? So one other you had a slide showing what the reserve should be. I wonder if you could pop that slide back up again.
What the reserve should be, the guidelines.
25% plus 4 million, 25% plus 8 million.
Yeah. That's at the bottom of this slide here. Maybe it's partially blocked by the captions there.
Do you have an updated version from what's posted online?
I do actually. This slide is new, and we'll make sure this gets put online for you.
It
My
would be great if you
apologies.
could direct mail out to us on those, because my questions have to do with the fund balances we have and our rate of being able to expend them, and whether the fund balances have the correct reserves or excess reserves, because I hate to raise the rates if we couldn't spend what we're supposed to be spending. And I know our paving jobs are waiting on getting pipe replaced in streets. And, you know, I mean, I hate the whole train to be slowed down because, you know, we're not getting projects out the door. But that's probably, I mean, you've heard me say this a number of times in budgeting, so probably that's a conversation for a different time. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, the questions or partially a comment is on the some of the math I was trying to work through on from a homeowner's point of view, as looking at like my bill, and a couple of the folks sent me what their bills were like and what might happen to them, and things don't match up entirely with the like percentages versus total cost per year or per month as you go through the different things. So at one point in this presentation, we're talking about a 6% increase overall, but then we have a 2% with water and 2% with wastewater. But if you those are not additive, there's still 2% total for the total bill that someone might receive, and yet we're talking about a 6% increase maybe per year, and then we're looking at costs to the city of the water just receiving of 9%, and then we're adding in a huge cost increase. And so it looks like, just from appearances looking at the numbers, that our costs are much higher than the 6% per year, and yet we're still talking the total of only 2% total bill being sent out per year of income. So it's like, it doesn't feel like it all matches up. And then I was looking at the, even at a 6% increase per year cost to homeowners, or even what you presented in the charts. I don't know if you can bring up that chart or not, but it looks like it's only maybe $30 a month or whatever. But I was estimating, let's see, it's the cost to the customers. There's a chart down there, both water and, there we go. I think
That's just wastewater.
wastewater, I think you had a combination going on.
This one here is a
There's one
combination.
here. Okay, so we're looking at on a per month basis over a 6-year period of only $30. That's like if you add it up per year, that's a 5%, and then a 6% as you go up, even for the low water uses. And yet you're talking about only a 2% later on, and yet we're looking at maybe a 6% in this chart.
Right.
So that's why the percentages don't match up to me. And then we're talking about the percentage, our costs for the city are higher than 5 or 6%, much higher coming down the line. And yet you're saying that, only a 2% increase in our costs to the citizens will cover all that. And that's why some of the math doesn't make sense to me.
Sure.
So, I'd look at just overall pictures. I know some of these graphs are broken up into bits and pieces, but I'm having a hard time looking at it from a holistic point of view as to money in, money out by the citizens, and money in, money out by the city, and how they kind of all fit together. So that's not quite clear from all these rates. It's all bits and pieces. And it says I couldn't make sense of it myself, and I'm pretty good at math. So that's why. So some of the citizens are going, okay, what's really going on that? So I'm actually what we're charging the citizens for what we're going to do is actually seems to be a lot lower, and actually there's a huge benefit to the citizens because we're looking at over a 5-year period. Average cost is increased maybe $50 per month over a 5-year period. So at the end of 5 years, the rates that you're showing here is $300 per total for the whole year. at $50 per month. Let's see, no, that would be $50 per month times 12. That's like $600 total. $600 total after end of 5 years cost per year, additional to everyone. And some folks are going, oh, $600 over a 5-year period, I'm going to have to come up with $600 per year or more. So a couple folks are going, will I be able to afford that? So the rates look, the rate structure looks good. The gradual increases all look good. The math, I'm going to go, some of the percentages a little fuzzy, but I think this is a good program. The rates are probably set up properly right. But it's just, I think I'll be okay with it all, of what's being proposed and what the rates that you have here. But it still looks like a $600 per year cost to the citizens when it's all done at the end of 5 years increase. That's still pretty substantial, but we have to live with that.
We're in
Water is
the
critical.
question round. Is there a question?
I'm trying to get to a question, but
I have a response.
the 6 versus the 2%. You have 6% down the base here, but you're saying 2% later on. So go on. You have to clear that up.
That was a good question. Thank you. I can help clarify, and I'll jump to Alex to help as well. There's the 2%, there are 3 components for the water and 2 components for the sewer rates. So I'm sorry for the confounding variables, so to speak, but there's the base rate increase. That's what we're talking about this evening, which is the 2.5% for water. That's a base rate increase. Then there's the inflationary pass-through added to that, 2 to 3%, 3.5%, depending on what inflation is doing. Then there is the Sonoma County water wholesale pass-through as well. Their rates are climbing, and Alex can speak to how we derive and make the assumption. There was a slide a couple before this that shows that. I won't go into the details again, but here on this slide, I'll just show where that's talked about. So you add these 3 together on this slide to get the net increase. And no, we're not trying to add the percentages here because the wholesale rate increase shows 23 cents. That's Alex can speak to how that's estimated. But for sewer, it's a little simpler for wastewater because it's just the base rate of 2% and then the inflationary pass-through. So that's essentially, Alex, would you like to help
Or
clarify?
can we ask if that satisfies did that answer the question for water?
Well, I'm looking at the total bill. And,
So
at the end, last slides, you're talking about 2% and versus 2.5%, but at these slides, you're talking about 6% and 8%.
The 2% are the base rate, the baseline increase for the
Okay.
utility, in order to cover capital needs and so forth. Inflation does what it does, and Sonoma County Water does
Okay.
what it does. Those are not controllable. That's why they're called pass-throughs. I hope that helps.
Okay, I'm fine.
Yeah. We're happy to visit with your
Thank you.
customers and help them.
Thank you. And with no other council questions, let's go to public questions. And I have several cards here. Let's read the Zoom messaging, please.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, members of the public wishing to speak to this item, please bring your speaker card up to the front if you've not already done so, or raise your hand if you're attending virtually. You'll be called on in turn. Let me see how many hands we have raised. We have 1 hand raised online, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And so we'll be setting the clock at 3 minutes here. And have we had any comments? Oh, I love asking that. Online prior to meeting?
Yes, we did receive 7 public comments, which have been posted online with the agenda.
Thanks so much. And as I invite the public, I really have to express our gratitude to you for sticking it out to, near midnight. It's very impressive on your parts. I'd like to invite Nicola Fry first with Richard Braun second.
Hello, my name is Nicola Fry, and I'm on the Petaluma Senior Advisory Committee and the Board of Rebuilding Together Petaluma. I'm also the past president of the Petaluma Estates Mobile Home Park, HOA, and I deliver Meals on Wheels 2 days a week. During all of my volunteer activities, I have conversations with seniors and other low-income Petalumans daily. Today, I stand before you to raise my voice against the proposed water and wastewater rate increases, which threatens to burden those living on limited incomes. Water is a basic necessity, an essential element of life, and it is our responsibility to ensure it remains accessible to everyone. Increasing these rates may seem like a small change to some, but for many in our community who are already struggling to make ends meet, it will create a significant financial hardship. The reality is that those with limited incomes also often have to make difficult choices between food, shelter, and medical care. And adding an extra burden through higher water bills is simply unfair and can have dire consequences. Furthermore, we must remember that not everyone has the luxury of reducing their water consumption to save money. Families with young children, the elderly, and those with medical conditions may have no choice but to use more water. I have a walk-in tub to help ease the growing effect of my disability and have been prescribed by my physician to use it daily. Currently, I use it 7 to 10 days between uses because I can't really afford to pay for it any longer. I'm aware of the alternative solution of the rates for Petalumans who live on a low income. I received the 8-page application to apply for a reduction in my water rate, and I found that I was very uncomfortable completing it since it required me to include race, gender, birth date, my complete Social Security number, and to provide a copy of my driver's license. If I did not provide this fully, then I would be denied the rate reduction immediately. I previously applied for and received help through both the PG&E Care and their medical baseline programs. Their application was simple and straightforward. In addition, I applied and received Recology's 25% reduction of fees. I was simply required to turn in that I had gotten the CARE program, and I immediately got the Recology's rate reduction. I was advised this evening, thank you, that the application process is immediately going to be looked into and possibly changed. In conclusion, I implore you to reconsider the proposed rate increases and take into account the impact it will have on those who live on limited incomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Braun, to be followed by Adam Brown.
Good evening. I hope you can all hear me clearly. I'll speak as slowly so that you can hear me clearly. This presentation, no, we're getting feedback. This presentation managed to bring my pulse rate from 50 up to 120 without needing to exercise to get there. I want to remind everybody that I and the rest of the ratepayers are at the bottom of this chain. We, as the bottom of the chain, are actually legal customers, beneficiaries, utility owners, yes, utility owners as the community, and the sole source of the utility revenues. This information needs to be delivered not just to City Council, but to the people of Petaluma. I was not aware that this briefing, those slides were available until I saw them just now. I think everybody needs to see them. Now, my question is on this, since I'm at the bottom of the totem pole, this 8.5% cumulative increase, that means a 30% increase in 4 years, a 50% increase in 6 years. I hope I'm more or less coming in on that correctly. Okay, so much for that aspect of it. Now let me ask about the finance aspect. Where are these reserves held? Are they loaned to the city? Are they held by a bank? Where is this money being kept? Perhaps you can answer that, not on my time. How much water per customer is going to be delivered when we arrive at build-out? We know what build-out is. Is it, how many drops is it going to be? And where is the policy and procedure within the city council to make sure that sufficient water is going to be available, or to simply not choose to develop? Now, this was a nice, very general presentation. But what are the sources of that information? This is a slide generation by computer. I'm sure that all of the models are computer generated. We really need to take a look at what is the source of that information. So I would ask, once again, please disseminate this to the public, because the public is going to be totally shocked. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Brown, and then we'll move to Zoom. Adam, are you with us? Appears Adam has left the building, and so we'll move to our Zoom audience.
Thank you, Mayor. Our one hand raised is East Side resident. So East Side resident, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, neighbors, Mayor McDonald, and our outstanding police officers in attendance. First, I would like to commend all city staff for their endurance this evening. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the thousands of hardworking constituents who are sleeping a hard day of work off to oppose the city raising water, sewer, or other rates to include garbage and recycling rates. The water and sewer rates were just raised a few years ago with the promise of updating our water infrastructure. If that was not done, the burden should not fall on the backs of the taxpayers. It should fall on our local government's leadership. If more money is really needed in addition to the inflated rates we are already forced to pay, as much as we may or may not want to, we may have to sacrifice our art funds, such as the several $1,000 bathtub art, or maybe the cessation of new residential construction, such as the roughly $900,000 per unit low-income housing we've added. We may have to stop the 15-minute neighborhood research and implementation. I understand that these projects may come from different accounts or funding, but City Council and Mayor McDonald, we may have to look at redistribution of what has already been paid. Our residents simply cannot afford further rate increases, certainly during these difficult and uncertain times. I thank you for your valuable time, and please get some well-deserved rest tonight.
Thank you for those comments, and there are no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment for the evening on this item. And let's see, this is a public hearing, and so next we'll be moving towards, let's see, what comes next? Do we go to the notice to the public that that protest letters are being received at the box at the front of the room? And at this point, they should be deposited in that box and located in front of the chambers. And then we will, at this point, let's see, we are well down this list. And so the public hearing is now closed. And since the public hearing is closed, we will count the protest votes that are in the box. And so the count in the box is 6, and that does not constitute a protest. And so let's see.
That's right, Mr. Mayor, because
Thank
it looks like the total number of parcels served is is 21,001. And so a majority protest would need to reach 10,501. And so we can definitely state definitively for the record that we do not have a majority protest. And
We
so
did
if
not reach the
council wishes-
51%
Right.
needed for this.
Right,
So
so you're free to take action.
we are free to
change the
take
reason.
action.
Yeah.
At this point, I'd like to have a motion from someone on council.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember
Second.
Now has made the motion, and Councilmember Posake, was that a second over there? Yes, thank you very much. And so we have a motion and second. Let's have a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, could we clarify what the motion is?
Why don't we state the motion for the record? And
Is it the resolution adopting a new rate schedule for the water service appeal replacing Resolution to 2017-076 NCS, and a resolution adopting a new rate schedule for wastewater service repealing and replacing Resolution 2017-075 NCS.
And we're good? And we have a second, and let's have a roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your support on the item tonight. Thank you all for staying so late, both public and staff. And we're moved to item 16, the introduction, first reading of an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into amended and restated lease agreement with Sonoma County Library for use of the library at 100 Fairgrounds Drive. And this will be presented by our multi-talented, multi-hatted Patrick Carter, Assistant to the City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking around the room, I think the law of diminishing staff presentation length applies at this time, so I will try to be brief on this. The Sonoma County Library has an existing lease with the city for the premises at 100 Fairgrounds Drive. We've been in that agreement since January of 1978. It's a 55-year term. So we still have just under 10 years left on that term. The rub here is that we've applied for and successfully been awarded a $1.8 million grant from the California State Library Building Forward program to do some necessary upgrades to the building. The part that requires this lease is that post-grant completion, there needs to be at least 10 years of life on that lease, and we're just shy of that. So we've proposed the new lease that's been attached to the packet. A lot of the things are similar in it. There's no consideration, no monetary consideration for it. The Sonoma County Library has exclusive use of the facilities. The city continues to be responsible for capital repairs and replacement to the building envelope. The library is responsible for regular cleaning, maintenance, and minor repairs to the premises and to furnish all the materials and supplies. The library continues to pay all the utilities associated with the use of that facility. This library has to maintain insurance. There's a couple of changes I'd like to walk through. On the agreement itself, we've been doing some last-minute negotiations with the library. There's exactly 10 changes that I'd like to bring to the council's attention, because this is an ordinance that will require this first reading and then the second reading at the next meeting if it were to pass. So I just want to make sure the council is clear on what is being recommended by staff. So I'm going to share my screen with that. The few changes that are unfortunately not in the packet. It happened, like I said, very late in the negotiation process, but it will be clearly described in the second reading if the council decides to move forward with it. So I've taken the liberty of highlighting the provisions that have changed. This first one here in letter E of the recitals is just to reflect the appropriate language from the grant. So it needs to be at least 10 years from the end of the grant period. We've done a little bit of tweaks on 1A here about the amended and restated lease and termination of existing lease, just to make it more clear that the existing lease terminates at the time that this new lease becomes effective, so you don't have any duplication of lease in some interesting territory that we want to avoid there. Just one lease for one facility. In item 4C, the tenant, meaning the library, is not responsible for fire, earthquake, flood, or acts of God, in that, because those are typically capital changes, so the city would be responsible for that, and that's currently how the structure works, but the library wanted that made explicit. Scrolling down, we have section 9, item A5. There's a list of tasks that the landlord shall perform, and if they do not do so, the tenant may complete the task and bill the landlord for the actual cost thereof. And the city city would pay for that bill. This is just that so that repairs are made on a timely basis if the city should, for some reason, not make those repairs. There's another line that would immediately follow this, talk about a detailed list of the landlord's responsibilities that both parties felt was unnecessary because we just discuss it in this section right here. Further down, utilities, if there's some sort of way that maybe renewable energy like solar panels on the library become viable, we agree to pursue that on mutual agreeable terms. Just a quick addition there. Section 13 is probably the most substantive changes from what's in the packet, and it has to do with waiver of claims and indemnification. What was originally in the packet is the standards, the city's standard boilerplate indemnification language. The library requested, and staff thought it was reasonable that we have mutual indemnification on this, as we're both public agencies, and we are a member of the Sonoma County Library JPA. And again, a mutual waiver of subrogation on that on section 14A, and reflecting the landlord and tenant for the mutual. And they were almost to the end. We removed an exhibit, an attachment that reflected the landlord's responsibilities, as that's covered in section 9A. And with that, that is the extent of the changes. Happy to answer questions that the council may have on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. And Councilmember Pozike?
Thanks. Is there a legal definition of in a timely manner for different things?
No.
Is that a problem?
I think if I could add, we've had no reason to, there's been no defaults during the period of time, the many decades that we've had with the library. We have a good working relationship. They're co-applicants on this grant project.
We do, but that's pretty vague terminology. And I know, I was just asking Patrick if Dylan in my office got to review this in conjunction with Patrick, but we have had some tenders of claims, and I want to make sure we can continue, and I'm not sure we can with that indemnity language. So, and this is what we got back from the council most recently, I'm assuming, Patrick?
Correct.
And in the resolution we've presented to the council, there's authorization for the city manager to approve some final changes, I think with my concurrence. And so this is time sensitive, right? Which is why it's here. So we need to wrap it up.
But yes, I will confirm that the authority for the city manager to make changes is included in the ordinance.
So that's a minor reason, but the other reasons in terms of the allocation of liability, also that term thing was a little, because this is intended to replace the existing lease now, right?
Correct, because there's still 9+ years.
Right. So anyway, I think there's a little bit more housekeeping still to do, although the bones are there, and it's a great project. It's a great success story about the funding. But I think we need to have a little bit more work to do with their legal counsel to get this ironed out, because You know, with exclusive use should come predominant responsibility for liability.
So can I ask what you're suggesting is that we stay with the packet as submitted and not the revision? And that revisions are, there will be revisions there's latitude prior to second reading?
What I'm suggesting is that you approve the resolution as presented and support my recommendation that we do a little bit more work with our legal counsel on the final terms, which there's authority for that in the resolution.
I've lost it. Which one are you recommending? The packet or the revision?
I want to do some more work on what Patrick just went through for you, but the reso doesn't need to change for that. I'd like you to adopt the resolution directing me working with the city manager and legal counsel for the JPA to get a final agreement that adequately addresses this long-term relationship we've had.
That's the motion. Remember the motion.
I'll make the motion.
And Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, this is an ordinance, not a resolution. So it would be the first reading of the ordinance as opposed to the resolution, just for the record.
Thank you.
Which is actually a good thing because it allows us to have some conversations and report back, between now and when it comes back. Thank you.
Good. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, the only one statement that I was curious about is about the insurance for earthquake, fire, and act of God. So that's a change from their insurance to our. And it was if the city's got to cover that, does our insurance, would that cover a fire and an earthquake damage? Or do we have to come out of our pocket directly in case something like that happens?
That's one of the reasons why I want to talk to them, because they have to carry first-party property coverage. We're not going to. I don't believe we do. We can check. We'll check. But I'm not good with a carve-out because those things could happen, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the question you're getting at.
Right. I'm thinking that the most likely is fire, but the second likely is a possible earthquake damage. If
Sure.
it's a small earthquake, that's still a lot of brick in that building.
Sure.
And could easily be cracked walls and like and windows cracking and breaking.
Right.
So in those cases, who's responsible, and are we covered by our insurance?
Well, I think traditionally they've had to carry the first-party coverage, so that's another thing I want to look at is.
But they're lessees and we're the owners of the building, so wouldn't we be the actual first parties?
Well,
if we're the owners?
We need to look at that, but
Okay.
this is an unusual arrangement because we're the owners, but they have exclusive use of the property.
Okay. And if there's any other incidences of liabilities like this, where
Right.
responsibilities might happen in case if there's criminal
Well,
acts
and
on site
and
or
I'm not
anything.
trying to. This has been a great partnership.
Yeah.
The JPA is a great program, and not just in Petaluma, but the whole county. But it's the public's investment we need to protect. So that's
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I just wanted
Right.
just who's liable for what?
Right.
And who's paying for what?
And the key is to make sure, it's got to be fair, and because this is a system-wide, asset that's in Petaluma, and, the land is owned by Petaluma and the building. And B, there can't be gaps to protect the public's investment. So we need to look at a few of those things, I think, one last time. To nail that down, but that doesn't require a change in your action, but you may have other questions. I'll be happy to address them for you.
Yeah, I know. My family's heavy users of the library, so yeah, we definitely want to support, yes.
Councilmember Now.
I have a question. We had the original lease on the original building, but now it has had additions built onto it. Did we take those into consideration, those additions, and going forward?
Well, that's what's driving this, is the fact that they're grant-funded improvements that have requirements for an extended lease to make sure that they continue to benefit the system and the lease doesn't just expire. So that's what's happening. And I don't, whether there have been improvements in the interim, I don't know, but that's what's driving this right now.
Well, the addition is pretty substantial. It's probably at least 1,500 square feet. The original library was built, and then they added that whole, is it north wing?
So the lease that would be proposed would encompass the entire building. So it's not for some form or footprint, it's for the whole footprint.
Do you do a new square footage for insurance purposes?
How, that was a long time ago, right? The change you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
So we'll.
And the copper roof.
We'll be happy to double check that too, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to be covered under existing coverage, reflected in the existing diagram about the site and all that. So what this discussion is about is the planned project, grant-funded project. That's no square footage add. It's accessibility improvements. It's sprinkling for fire safety. It's reconfiguring the interior. I think it's some furnishings too, all of which are to allow, in addition to the accessibility, better accessibility for patrons, makes it a much more versatile space for meetings and as well as research and people visiting. So it's not a square footage issue now, and it's addressing the improvements to the existing building as it is now.
Okay, because the upstairs was improved too over the last 30 years.
Great questions. Okay. Then I'd like to move to public comment on this. And I have no cards presently. Have we had any online comments come in?
0 public comments were received prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we have a Zoom audience.
We have 2 members of the public in the Zoom audience. If either of them would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Barnacle.
I'll move approval.
All right, let's double check. Did we revise anything in the motion, or we're approving without, does staff have any recommendation to change anything before we move on? Just checking.
Just noting for the record that I'm going to plan to, using the discretion that's built into the ordinance, I'm going to plan to engage with their legal counsel to make sure that we're addressing the things we've talked about: no gaps in coverage, appropriate allocation of liability, the term language is clear, and so we're updating the agreement, et cetera. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're looking for a second. And Councilmember Now seconds. Over to roll call.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Yes.
Shribs, and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And I'll move to our last item of the evening, a resolution appointing a voting delegate and alternative for the League of California Cities 2023 Annual Conference. And for this, we're back to Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be an even briefer presentation. The League of California Cities conference is September 22nd, 2023. And if the city of Petaluma wishes to appoint any voting delegates and or alternates, up to 2, we need to do so, the council needs to do so by August 28th. So this is our last opportunity to do so, and it is up for the council's discretion on who to appoint for both alternate and primary. And I think the main qualifiers is that you're willing to be in attendance for that meeting. Happy to answer any other questions.
Great presentation. Let me start with a question. Who would like to be nominated for this, just so we have cards on the table here? And that's very modest hand raising. You want a hand to go a little higher there? So we have one nomination. I guess the primary, the vice mayor has self-nominated, and we're looking for an alternate. Do we have a volunteer for the alternate spot? I need any noise. I need noise. Oh, thank you very much. We have Councilmember Shribs volunteering for the alternate. We have opportunity for a second alternate if someone is anxious, or we could not fill the second alternate spot. That is also a thing. And
I
so-
can be the second alternate, that's fine.
And so second alternate would be Councilmember Healy. And that was my question. Does anyone else have a question? And I'd like to open public comment on this. I have no cards. Do we have any early cards?
No public comment has been received.
Thank you. And let's check our Zoom audience.
Members of the public wishing to speak to this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Any further comment? No further comment. Councilmember Posake?
I will make the motion if we need one.
And the motion once again was to
Was
have,
to nominate Councilmember Cater Thompson as our voting representative and Councilmember Shribs as our first alternate and Councilmember Haley as our second alternate.
wonderful. Thank
Second.
you. And we have a second from Councilmember Barnacle, I believe. And roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much to everybody, staff, who, and council. This is a good evening. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.